сплошную ночь. Хочется в теплую ванну залезть. Может быть, это избавит меня от тоски по вам, солнечные дни. Солнечные дни.
Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I hope you guys have been enjoying your Friday so far, and I hope you guys have a good weekend after the stream. But before the weekend, let's try our best to have a fun stream, and we're going to be talking about current events, culture, music, and whatever you guys want to talk about, as long as it is within reason. Nothing crazy, nothing weird. And if you guys disagree with me, this is your time to express your disagreement with me. And if you would like, you can come on the show through some sort of social media platform, and we can hash out our disagreements. Hello, Justin Kuhn. Hello, Milan Djokic. Zdravo, zdravo. Rusty Shackleford. Hello. Hello, Vjeko Simic. Zdravo, zdravo. It's not too hot right now. Hot the time, right? Oh, you got the time. I thought you said it was hot. Hola, Andres Lopez. ¿Cómo estás? Vjeko Simic. Gotcha. Sweet Body Fit. Happy Friday. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Happy Friday to you. We got a little bit of rain last night. Nothing too crazy. Hello, Bob Vig. How many people do we have on the stream? Let's see, what do we got here? Got 8 people, not bad. So I'm going to just start jabbering and talking as more people come, because I do have notes. I do have notes ready for this stream. I did prepare for a number of hours last night for this stream, reading and writing and getting everything in order. What's going on with Hamas? They're being killed. They're being destroyed right now. A lot of them are, at least. Hello, Morg 321. Yeah, Hamas is being bombarded like always. Israel recently killed a high-level Hamas leader, and Netanyahu just approved of an attack on Rafah. But we're going to talk a little bit more about Israel today for this stream. Not so much about the war, but more about the future of Israel and what some people are saying in regards to the future of Israel. Hello, Joshua, Alex, George. Oh, the desktop audio is too low. Get some music here playing. Hold up. You got 10 people. Not bad. Somebody recommended to me this song last stream. It was really good. I want to play it for this stream. Let's see here. What do we got? Musical recommendations. Here we go. Somebody recommended to me this song last stream. I thought it was pretty good. I'm just preparing stuff here. I actually looked into the lyrics of this song. How loud is this music? Yeah, I actually looked into the lyrics of the song, and the lyrics of the song are pretty poetic. It's basically saying that this girl was observing how there's nothing wider than the ocean, and the guy says, "Woman, you're crazy. You're crazy. The sky is wider than the sea." And then she says, "There's nothing faster than a horse," and the guy says, "You're crazy. There's nothing. Your eyes are faster than the horse." And then she says, "Oh, look at the fire. There's nothing more amazing than my brother," or something like that. And I forget exactly what the guy tells her to that one, but it's a very. If I had to guess, I didn't do any sort of historical research on the song. But if I had to guess, the lyrics are from an old poem or some sort of a nursery rhyme, if I had to guess, from the old country, from back in the day when people were growing their own wheat. Let's see here. Ibn Ben-Gvir will become PM of Israel in the future. And how do you know that? I'm not disagreeing with you, George, but I would just like to know where you're getting your insight from. Because that is very interesting. And if that does happen, that would be absolutely crazy. Itamar Ben-Gvir. Yeah, how do you know that, George? What's your source here? What's your insight? Where are you getting your insight from? Where are you getting your insight from? Where are you getting your insight from? Goodness gracious, I need to better my pronunciation, my enunciation skills. What kind of person is Itamar? He is a ultra-nationalist. He's a fanatic. He's a lunatic. He's crazy. He used to have portraits of the guy who murdered all those Arabs in a mosque years ago. Back in the early 2000s, some Jewish guy did a massacre. What was his name? Mosque massacre in Israel. What was it called? Cave of the Patriarchs massacre, 1994. Oh, I said early 2000s. Never mind. Baruch Goldstein went into a mosque and butchered dozens of people. He murdered 29 people, and he wounded another 125 people. And Itamar Ben-Gvir used to put a portrait of Baruch Goldstein on the wall of his office. He stopped doing that because it was bad for press, but he used to do that, which that bespeaks psychopathy. Did you get a chance to see the Finkelstein debate with Destiny? I saw the majority of the debate. And I would say that was the best example of Finkelstein getting rattled in a debate. The second best example, I would say, was his second most recent debate which he had with Rabbi Shmuley. I think Rabbi Shmuley did pretty decent in that debate with Finkelstein, especially in the end. I would say Rabbi Shmuley, I'm not a huge fan of Shmuley, but I would say that Shmuley was correct when he told Finkelstein that, just to backtrack a little bit here, so when the massacre first happened, when it was first being reported, Finkelstein went onto Twitter and he said, "Glory, glory, hallelujah," praising the fact that Jews were being killed in the kibbutzes, being killed in Israel, right on the Gaza-Israeli border. And he was praising it. He was saying hallelujah. He was basically giving a Hebrew version of Allahu Akbar for slaughtering Jews, praising these terrorists for slaughtering Jews. And every time that Finkelstein has gotten confronted on this, he has said, "Oh, well, that's because I thought that it was only 50 people who were killed. I read the initial reports, and what I read was that 50 people were killed. And then the subsequent reports began to come out saying that it was 100 people. And then they were saying that 300 people. And then it was 800. And that's when I began to temper my language," or something like that. And Rabbi Shmuley told Finkelstein, even if it was 50 Jews who were killed, how many Jews have to be killed for you not to say glory, glory, hallelujah, and praise the slaughter of Jews? And Finkelstein did not know how to respond. In fact, Finkelstein said that he would not respond to that. He would not respond to that question. And I think that Shmuley did a solid argument when he did that. I think that was a solid strategy, debate strategy, and really a good argument from Shmuley. And I noticed that Finkelstein was just being rattled at that point, and his foundation was fragmenting. Good impersonation. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I try. But this time, when he debated Destiny, I mean, really, I understand that there was some other guy there, Rabbani, and then there was Moritz, Benny Moritz, and Benny Moritz, I think, is a decent guy. I don't dislike him. I think he's a decent person. I think he makes good arguments. But really, the highlight of the debate was Destiny versus Finkelstein, and that is the only reason why so many people watched that debate, is because they wanted to see, and they want to see, Destiny versus Finkelstein, because those are two very agile minds combating each other over this issue. I think that Destiny won that debate. I think that there was one point that I can remember that where Finkelstein, I think, did make a good point when he said that Israel killed some guy on a wheelchair. But Destiny definitely won that one. And Finkelstein got rattled in that debate. He was shook. He was shaken. His foundation was shaken. You can tell. So, yeah. So I watched most of it. I honestly skipped the part in 1948. I am so tired of hearing about what happened in 1948. I just fast forwarded to the point where they started talking about October the 7th, because that, to me, that's the meat and potatoes. That's the part that I want to get to. Let's just get to the meat and potatoes part. And I really just don't care so much about 1948 anymore. 1948. What happened in 1948? Okay, but what's happening right now? What's happening right now? Because if you want to go that far, okay, fine. Let's talk about the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. And let's talk about how the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem collaborated with the Nazis and met with Hitler and wanted to kill all the Jews. And let's talk about how the Arabs wanted to kill every Jew that they saw. And when the Jews were newcomers, when a lot of Jews were newcomers in Israel, how the Arabs talked about killing all the Jews who were living in Israel. I mean, we can talk about that. We can go back and forth on this 1948 stuff. It's monotonous. The fact is that there was a horrendous massacre. People were raped. People were beheaded. People were set on fire. I mean, it was horrific. But they want to always evade that, and they want to deflect, and they want to shift the subject to what happened in 1948. Nakba. All right, so let's say Native American terrorists come along in a neighborhood in New Mexico, or El Paso, where you have a decent amount of natives living, and then they go to some white neighborhood and kill and rape a bunch of people. Well, it's because of what happened to us in the year 18 whatever. It's redundant. it's tedious. I think that Norman Finkelstein is a very sadistic person. I believe that from my observation of him, I think that he's a sadistic and cruel psychopath who masquerades his psychopathy with compassion. Because he'll sit there and talk about compassion. Oh, the poor Palestinians. But when, in his mind, 50 Jews are killed, just 50 Jews, he'll, glory, glory, hallelujah. I mean, he's a freak of nature, this guy. A lot of Native Americans in Oklahoma, that's true. That's true. I mean, I'm just using it as an example, right? Pick any part of America where you have a decent concentration of Native Americans, and then just bring up the hypothetical situation, right? Bring up a situation that is similar in a way to the Israeli-Palestinian situation, and let's say that Native Americans butchered and slaughtered and raped a bunch of white people in a neighborhood, in a suburb somewhere, and it's a suburb that's a few miles away from a Native American reservation, and that area where there is a suburb used to be where Native Americans lived back in the 1800s. Okay, so let's say that a bunch of natives go in there and they shoot and kill and slaughter and rape, and then the whole discussion is forced into talking about what happened in the 1800s, and let's talk about the Trail of Tears. It's very insidious and dubious and bad faith. What do you think about Benjamin Netanyahu? I think that Benjamin Netanyahu is a very, very ruthless politician. I think he's basically a mobster. I don't think he is exactly genocidal, but I believe that he just wants to stay in power. I think that's he's a guy who's focused on staying in power. I don't believe he is evil in the sense that he wants to exterminate people or butcher Christians, but I think that he will sleep with the devil to stay in power. I think that the people around him are more evil than him. I think that the fanatical nationalist Jews who are in his coalition, people like Gvir or people like Bezalel Smotrich, are worse than Netanyahu. Those people actually want to destroy Christianity. Remember when Netanyahu and his gang took over the Likud, they were very confident. The nationalists were very confident. And eventually what happened is that they tried to push a law to make it illegal. They tried to pass a law in the Knesset to make it illegal to preach Jesus. And this bill that they were trying to pass specified that if somebody preaches Jesus, they will be put into prison. And I think the punishment was 3 years or something for preaching Christ. And Netanyahu, and I have to give credit to where credit is due, Netanyahu intervened and he prevented the bill from being passed. And he said, under my watch, no Christian will be persecuted. Now, say what you want about Netanyahu. You can tell me that he is corrupt, and you're right. We can talk about how he is corrupt. We can talk about how he is a ruthlessly practical politician. But we have to give him credit for that. He prevented the Sanhedrin from being revived. Now you could say, well, it's for political reasons. He doesn't want to anger the American Christians. He doesn't want to anger the American government and jeopardize Israel's relations with the United States, which is extremely pertinent to Israel's survival. And I would say that you are right. But that would not take away from the fact that that does not take away from the fact, I should say, that Netanyahu prevented Talmudic tyranny from being enacted. Even if it was for practical reasons or for political reasons, he still stopped it. Just like Bashar al-Assad protecting Christians could be for political reasons. Still, Bashar al-Assad protects Christians in Syria, and he is a hell of a lot better. He is like night and day from the Syrian rebels that NATO was supporting. So that is my position on that. I would much rather have a ruthlessly practical politician than a fanatical idealist who wants to usher in some sort of a kosharia law society with fantasies of bringing back the Davidic kingdom. Do you think he's just pro-Palestine because he loves to be praised as a person who is so righteous that he is willing to go against? No, I think he is. I think that he is pro-Palestine. I think that he legitimately is pro-Palestine, and he does care about the subject. But I think that there is sadism there. When he hears about Jews being butchered, I think he gets pleasure from that. I think he gets a joy from that because he hates his own people. And that's what I believe about Finkelstein. I believe Finkelstein is cruel and sadistic when it comes to his own people. That's what I suspect about him. He reminds me very much of a Jewish person that I knew when I was in middle school. I think I've said this story before, but when I was in middle school, there was this Jewish guy. His name was Andrew. I'm not going to say his last name, but I'll say his first name was Andrew. And Andrew was a very dysfunctional young man. He was Jewish, a California Jew, and he was in our classroom, and he had serious psychological problems. I would say that he was demonically possessed, but according to the state of California, he had psychological problems. And he was suicidal, very self-destructive. He had immense suicidal ideation, and he hated Jews. I kid you not. I don't exaggerate when I say this, but Andrew hated Jews. He hated them. Oh, he hated them. And he would tell us about how he loved Adolf Hitler. And he said that his only problem with Hitler was that Hitler never finished the job. This was not coming from an Arab student. This was not coming from an immigrant student from Afghanistan. As much as people like Robert Spencer would love to hear about this guy being an Arab, he was not an Arab. He was an American Jew, and he hated Jews. Hated them. Oh, he hated them. And he would tell us about how he wanted his mother to die. He hated his mother. And this was my introduction to the phenomena of Jewish men hating their mothers. It is a very real phenomenon. It is not just a joke. And the reason why numerous Jewish comedians have used the Jewish mother tension with son trope is because it is based on reality. Jokes are based on reality. What makes a joke funny is how much it's based on reality. We've all heard the saying, it's funny because it's true, right? So this guy, he would tell us about how much he hated his mother, and he wanted to kill his mom. Yes, that was very disturbing to hear. And at that time, how old was I? I was about 13 years old, 12 or 13 years old. And he would say things like, if only Hitler had killed all the Jews, then I wouldn't be here. So his self-hatred was reflected in his love for Adolf Hitler and his desire to see the Jewish people get annihilated. So he wanted to see Jews die because he hated himself. Truly, truly, this was projection. This was projection in real time. It wasn't just a trope that you see. It's not just a trope that you hear on the internet. Oh, he's projecting, and people like to use that word and throw it around a lot, but projection is very real. Projection is not something that is fake. Now, some people like to use it for manipulative purposes. They'll say, oh, he's just projecting. When somebody says something that you don't like, you say, oh, he's just projecting. But it is real, and people really do project. People really do, they really do project themselves in their statements. And when they say things against other people, they're really talking about themselves. This is a real phenomenon. It's not fake. It's not fake, guys. But yes, he did have a very Jewish dialect. He had that American Jewish inflection. And he would say things like, if only Hitler would have just, and he had the eyes like that, and his nose was like that. He looked like a younger version of Horowitz, not Horowitz. Who's the guy who is a lawyer? Oh goodness, what, Dershowitz. He looked like Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz. He was a younger version of Alan Dershowitz, and he had the nose like Dershowitz, and the eyes like Dershowitz, and the mouth and the teeth, and it was all just there on this guy's face, just a younger version, a younger Dershowitz. And he would say, "If only Hitler had finished the job, I wouldn't be here right now. I wouldn't be here right now." And he was very tense when he talked, and there was something very terrifying about it. It was, you were really in the presence of evil when you were in the same classroom with this guy. Truly, you were in the presence of evil, the presence of the diabolical. And he would say, "I hate my mom. I wish she dies. I hate my mom." It was just so creepy. Very, very creepy stuff. So one day we're in class, and Andrew, out of nowhere, raises his hand, and he says, "Teacher." "Yes, Andrew." Can I go to the middle of the street?" "Why would you want to do that, Andrew?" "So I can get hit by a car." "Why would you want to be hit by a car, Andrew?" "Because I want to die." "Why would you want to do that, Andrew?" "Because I'm Jewish. And I just want to die." It was demonic. Straight up. The demons, man. They're demons. They want you to kill yourself and to annihilate your whole race. And it just reminds me of that verse from Paul, where Paul says that the Messiah will not come until the Jews cry out for a Messiah. So it's really, the devil wants to kill all the Jews so that prophecy will not be fulfilled. It's really a chess match. It's a battle between God and Satan, and you see it in certain individual lives. You'll see the demonic war. And this guy wanted to exterminate all the Jews, including himself. Oh, I've met a lot of weirdos in my life. I have met a lot of them. I've met plenty of them. And the crazy thing is, my friends and I, we just had a big ball over it. We used to think it was hilarious when this guy would talk like that. And I remember when he said, "Teacher," I remember looking at my friend next to me, and I said, "Here we go." I said that, "Here we go." And I remember being in class one day, and because we never thought that he would actually try to kill himself. We never thought that he would actually do that. Never. We thought he was just full of crap. We thought he was crazy. We thought this guy's crazy. And I remember being in class one day and turning around, and I saw Andrew he used to sit all the way in the back, which was another red flag. And I remember him sitting on his chair behind his desk, and he had both of his hands, I never forget it, he had both of his hands like this on his throat, and he was squeezing his neck as hard as he could, and his face was turning bluish, purplish, I remember it. And I remember I had never seen anything like that in my life, and till this day I've never seen anything like it. That was the only time in my life that I saw someone try to commit suicide in front of me. And I remember just freaking out and having this immediate reaction to what I was seeing. And I screamed as loud as I could. I said, "Oh my God, he's trying to kill himself." And there were two teachers in the room, I remember, and they ran to him, and they were trying to pry his fingers off of his throat. And I remember he was screaming as loud as he could, "I want to kill myself. I want to die. I want to die." And it was like that. It was like a scene from The Exorcist. It was so disturbing, guys. And that was something that I will never forget. I'll never forget what I saw there. It was very traumatizing for me. But I said, "Oh my God, what's going on here? What's going on here? It's demonic. It's just satanic. It really is satanic. The devil wants you to kill yourself and to annihilate people. And the devil truly wants to kill as many people as possible. People say, well, Satan just wants to take your soul. That's true, he does, but he wants you to kill yourself. He hates the human body. He hates the human soul. He also hates the human body. He hates the human body, which is why he will get people, influence people to destroy themselves, to destroy others, to mutilate their own bodies, to make people think that they are a gender that they are not, to make people think that they are not the gender that they were born as. and to get them to corrupt God's creation. God created us. We are made in God's image. And so the devil has a jihad. The devil has an unholy war against the human body and against God's creation. And so that's why you see stories like that. That's why you see things like that. What's very weird is many years later, literally last year, I looked up this guy's name because I was wondering what happened to him, and I found a story. It was a local news story, and the local news story was saying that there was a guy in the area that around the area that I lived in, that there was a guy, same name as this guy, who got into a car accident. And the article said that this guy was driving down the road and that he suddenly went to the wrong lane and got into a head-on collision with another vehicle, and both drivers almost died. And the article said authorities have concluded that no drugs were used. And I'm reading this story and I'm thinking, this is the name of the guy who crashed into the other guy's car and almost killed them and almost killed himself, is the same name as the student that I knew, the Jewish student who wanted to kill himself and who loved Adolf Hitler. And I looked at his age, and his age was the age of somebody who would have been in the grade that I was in. So the age corresponded. I'm thinking, this is the guy. And the article said, well, no drugs were used. I'm thinking, well, of course there were no drugs. This guy doesn't need drugs. He's demonically possessed. And that was not an accident. I read the article, and I concluded, I was shaking my head the whole time as I was reading, and I said, this is not an accident. This was a attempted murder-suicide. Now, thankfully, the other person did not die, but this was an attempted murder-suicide. And they just said, oh, it was an accident. And this was not an accident. But he probably fooled the authorities and said, oh, it was an accident, when it wasn't. This was a murder-suicide attempted by this Jewish man who loves Adolf Hitler. And yeah, that's it. So when I see Norman Finkelstein, I see Andrew. I see that student that I knew. That's what I see when I see Norman Finkelstein. I see a man who hates his mother, just like Andrew did. And I see a man who hates his own people to the point where he will praise God when they are butchered. And he's a very sick person. Candace recently apologized. Okay, hold on a second here. Derpovitz, etc., etc. Comments on Rebbe Shmuley, Candace Owens beef. Apparently, in the latest development, the rabbi called her the forbidden word. I think Candace Owens is just one step away from Sikh heiling. I've been watching this girl for a little while now, and the way she talks, I mean, she talks exactly like somebody would talk when they are trying to show that they are a Nazi without explicitly saying that they are a Nazi. And I think Candace Owens is one of those black Nazis. Yes, they do exist. There was, in fact, a statistical study that was done recently on Americans who denied the Holocaust, and what they concluded was that about 30% or so of Americans actually deny the Holocaust. What they found out, though, was that 15% of those Americans are African American. So Holocaust denial, and about 5% are white American, and about another 5% or so are Hispanic. So what this tells us is that Holocaust denial is growing in the United States, but it's mainly growing amongst African Americans. When people say that there is a rise in Holocaust denial or a rise in anti-Semitism, I think that some people want you to have this image in your head of the white racist who hates Jews. And those people do exist, trust me, I know, I've seen them. But the other side of the story is that, the other side of the full picture, I should say, is that a lot of these people are African American. And they don't really want to stress on this fact, but it is true. Most of these people who are denying the Holocaust in America are African Americans. There is a growing anti-Semitism amongst African Americans. And if I had to guess what that entails, I would say that it is African Americans who will say things such as, the Holocaust, man, that's just white folks killing white folks, man. They ain't no real Jews, man. The real Jews, man. That we the real Jews. That is a part of it. They are a lot more African Americans who are subscribing to the ideology of black Israelism, which is complete insanity and just ahistorical. But there's also the other phenomena which says, the Holocaust, man, that's just white folks killing white folks. Ain't white folks killing black folks. Not all people. Why should we give a damn? And the only reason why they be pushing that shit so they can have an excuse to oppress us, man. The Jews be oppressing us. They oppressing us just like white people are oppressing us. Or they'll say Jews are white, so it's white people at the end of the day oppressing blacks, and the Jews are oppressing blacks, so who really cares about the Holocaust? In fact, maybe Hitler was actually a good guy. I think that's also a part of this picture. And I also believe that a good number of African Americans actually identify with the Palestinians, and so they'll say, well, Palestinians, they're suffering just like we're suffering in America, and African Americans are suffering in the United States. We're being killed by cops all the time, and we're being racially prejudiced against, and we're being discriminated. And so the Palestinians are suffering like we're suffering, so we can familiarize ourselves with the suffering of the Palestinians. The Israelis are just like the white Americans who are persecuting us and oppressing us and being racist against us. So we can familiarize ourselves with the plight of the Palestinians, and therefore we are against Israel. And maybe Hitler had something right. I think this is the route that these people are going. These are three routes that I think that these people are treading upon. If I had to guess, guys. But yes, the phenomena of African Americans hating Jews is very real. There was a shooting a number of years ago, I remember, where some black Israelite went into a Jewish store in Brooklyn, I believe, and shot the place up. And it's pretty creepy, pretty terrifying stuff. Bedrak Petrovic, hello, cheers, zdravo, hello, from America. What's up, YHWH real. Yahweh real. I'm just going to say that. Mongolian way. Hello. Are you Mongolian? Are you contacting us from Mongolia? What's going on there? Hello, Bruce Harris. The Israeli government is building a detention camp on the Egyptian side of the border to be run by the Israeli army it's about 2 miles square. Okay, let's look this up. Israeli government is building a detention camp, okay? Let's see here. Israeli government detention camp. Okay, can you send me a link for this, because I'm not seeing anything. Maybe if I just put is detention camp in Egypt and not Israel. Oh, I see it here. Egypt is preparing camps to shelter fleeing Palestinians. Yeah, Egypt doesn't want Gazans in their country. And the reason why have you ever seen the wall between Egypt and Gaza? It's pretty robust. It's pretty gargantuan. Very, very stout and robust. And intimidating, I should add. The reason why Egyptians don't want Gazans in their country is because of Egypt's history with the Muslim Brotherhood. There's a lot of Muslim Brotherhood operatives in Gaza, and they know that if you have an influx of Gazans in Egypt, you will have Muslim Brotherhood agents. This is what they fear, and these agents will begin to provoke mutiny and provoke insurrection against the government and undermine the state. And they do not want a repeat of 2011. Egypt right now has been pretty stable, and that is to a great extent thanks to al-Sisi. But if you have another revolution, it'll completely destabilize the country. It'll be an absolute nightmare, and then the country will quite potentially be thrown into a civil war, and you don't want a Syria in Egypt. I mean, it's just a nightmare. So I don't really blame the Egyptians for not wanting Gazans in their country. The whole thing's a nightmare, guys. Oh boy, let's see. How many people do we have on the chat here? $37 people. Wow, guys, we are being. It has been very consistent every stream. I've been getting this 37 number. This is really good. I like this. Very consistent. We're growing, guys. We're growing. Have you ever been to Penn Island? I've never even heard of that. I grew up 10 minutes from Davidian compound. How well I... Oh, no. Oh, no. Good old McKinnon County, Texas. Thank God I left. East of Waco. Little town called Hallsburg. Compound was north of me. Little town called... Oh, Lord. That was a horrible, horrible story. I mean, I'm glad that the cult was destroyed, but that David Koresh guy was a real monster. Kabbalah system is just touching the very surface of Hebrew mysticism. Moorish Science Temple, yup. Another group of nuts. You'll be surprised how many people in Asia and Africa are fans of the Austrian painter. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at all. One thing that I've noticed is that when you leave America, not North America, because you can go up north to Canada and you'll meet plenty of racists. Once you leave America, the whole concept of being pro-Israel is pretty untenable. In America, it's very common to meet people who are pro-Israel. The majority of Americans are pro-Israel. The majority of Americans sympathize with the Israeli side and not the Palestinian side, although that has been changing. But still, it's an overwhelming majority of Americans who are pro-Israel. But once you leave America, that changes tremendously. You will find way more people who are anti-Israel in other countries, especially if you go to Europe, Africa, Asia. You will meet, unless you go to India. In India, I think India is the most pro-Israel country in the world. I think India has the highest number of people in the world who are pro-Israel, if I'm not mistaken. It's a huge population of pro-Israel people in India. It's pretty immense. But other than India, I think if you go to, like Good said, Indonesia, if you go to Malaysia, you just meet. You're more than likely to meet people who are very anti-Israel. You go to Europe, Africa, Latin America is extremely anti-Israel, very anti-Israel. Latin America, but in America we think, oh yes, pro-Israel. We may think that a lot of people think this way, but once you leave America, even if you go to so-called white countries in the Western world or in Eastern Europe, you'll be shocked to see that the pro-Israel side is a minority. It's a minority. And I figured that out personally. I figured that out not by reading. I figured that out by actually living in Mexico. When I lived in Mexico, everybody was anti-Israel. Not everybody, but most people were anti-Israel. So you're living in America, and you're kind of spoiled in America because you're so used to people being pro-Israel and sympathetic, and let's talk about the Holocaust. And again, this was back in the early 2000s. But once you leave America, it's like you're in a Swampville and people are walking around with bludgeons in their hands, like from Apocalypto, and they're looking at you. What did you say, Israel? And it's kind of a shocking experience. Yes, he called Ethiopians raisin heads. That's correct. I think Muhammad was white. Well, he was Caucasian, definitely Caucasian, just like the rest of the Semitic races. Let's see here. I'm Finnish. Oh, okay. So you're kind of Mongolian because you got that Ugarit blood in you. So Finnish people are sort of Mongolian, and the Finnish language is not, if I am correct, the Finnish language is not an Indo-European language. It is an Ugarit, or what is it called? Ugaritic? Finnish language. What is it called? Ugarit? Orylic? Is it Orylic? Oralic. Yeah, it's an Oralic. You guys speak an Oralic language. And the Oralic language family consists of what? Estonian is also Oralic. Sami. Oh, Sami. Yeah, those people are sort of Asian. They're related to, I think, Siberians in Tuva, or Tuvans in Siberia, I should say. Hungarian. And the Hungarians, they They get their language from the Hunnic people who were Turkic. Yeah, so you're sort of Mongolian. Finland, if I'm not mistaken, it's sort of that transition point between the Asiatic and the European. They're European, but they're sort of Asiatic. They're in the middle. They're in that transition point where the white man and the Turkic person met thousands of years ago. But I know I'm gonna get a whole wave of people disagreeing with me on that. But that's just my spitballing opinion. Nothing crazy. I'm not trying to be a scholar here. Where's Yaddick? I have no idea. Hello from Portugal. Hello! Hello. How do you say hello in Portuguese? Hola? Is it hola? Is it hola? Hola, like Spanish. How are you in Portuguese? Como vai? How do you say that?
Como vai?
Como vai? Ever since I heard you speak about Walmart, I don't look at it the same. Oh, oh, I love it. I love changing people's perspectives on things. I think most of us are like fish. We don't even know that we're wet. And so I go into a Walmart and I'm thinking to myself, these people don't even know that they're in a big room with just weirdos. People just don't know that. They don't figure that. They don't think about that. You're in a warehouse full of psychopaths. Every time I go into Walmart, I always think, I think when you walk into a Walmart, you're risking your life. It is an actual hazard for your life to walk into Walmart. It's a potential hazard. It's potentially deadly to walk into Walmart. Walking into Walmart is like swimming in the ocean. Is there a high chance that you're going to get bitten by a shark? Statistically speaking, no. Right? If you go swim in the beach, statistically speaking, you have a better chance of drowning than getting bit by a shark. But it's still possible to get bitten by a shark. And sharks are horrifying, which means my ass ain't going into the water. I don't give a damn how low the statistic is for shark attacks. I don't give a damn that I have a higher chance of drowning than getting bit by a shark. I don't give a damn. I do not. Listen, I don't want to come to the point where the last thing I see before I die is fucking Jaws. Okay, I don't want to be in the last thing I want to see before I die is not Deep Blue Sea. I don't want to end up like Samuel L. Jackson in Deep Blue Sea. I don't want to see this with huge teeth. I don't want to be like that Scottish guy in Jaws who gets cut in half. I don't want to be that guy, that Scottish guy in Jaws whose body gets swallowed by a shark. I don't want to be that guy. It's not gonna happen. So my ass is staying where it's dry. But you have a better chance of drowning. I don't give a damn. When you hear stories of sharks being opened up and they find some guy's wristwatch in it, hell no. Hell no. So what's the chance of you dying in a Walmart? It's pretty low, but there's still a chance, right? And I would say that out of all of the convenience stores in America, Walmart is the one where you have the highest chance of being killed. I ain't going into a Walmart. I hate Walmart. Oh God, I hate Walmart. I think Walmart is the clearest image of American dysfunction. If you want to see just an image of American dysfunction, it's Walmart. I would say after Walmart, I would say if you want to, well, I wouldn't say it's the biggest. I would say the biggest image of American dysfunction is the airport. Just walk into an airport in America, you'll see everyone's walking around in pajamas. Remember back in the day when planes first came out, people were going into planes with suits. They had suits and they smoked cigarettes in planes. People smoked cigarettes in airplanes back in the 50s or whatever. They had cigarettes in planes and they all looked like Frank Sinatra. Now you look at a plane, it looks like everyone's about to go sleep in a daycare center somewhere. I feel like I'm in a maternity ward when I'm in an airplane. I hate being on airplanes. It's so disgusting. People walking around with pajamas, and you got these women with ponytails, and they got their pajamas on. Everyone looks like shit. Everybody looks like they're about to smack their spouse. Husbands are about to smack the wife. The wife is about to smack the child. I mean, it's just messed up. And you go on a plane. I mean, you're just crammed into this sardine can in the middle of the air, and they throw peanuts at you like you're some kind of a monkey in a zoo. And then some Asian guy in front of you is passing gas, and it's just you're being it's a flying gas chamber. I mean, it's just disgusting. I want to vomit. Oh my god! And then when you get out of the plane, you got to take a shower because God knows what sort of parasites your body's picking up. God knows, you could be picking up bed bugs, you could be picking up fleas. Who knows? It's a trash bin. It's filthy. Who was that pastor who said he didn't want to get on a plane? What was his name? Kenneth Copeland. He said he didn't want to get on planes because he didn't want to fly with the demons. This is the first time in my life where I'm going to agree with Kenneth Copeland. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. You're flying with demons. Who the hell wants to get on a plane with these people? I don't. I'd be a hypocrite to sit there and say, oh, Kenneth, he is so arrogant. Kenneth Copeland, so arrogant. No, he's absolutely right. He wants to get on a plane with demons. You want to see boomers booming? Go to HEB on Saturday or day before major. Oh, yeah. What about Costco? Costco used to be really good. Oh, Costco was the best. I used to love going to Costco. It was great, Costco. It was very clean. There weren't a whole lot of people there. The food was great. The pizza was amazing. Costco pizza was awesome. They used to give you the hot dog for $1.50 and you got a drink. Now, they still have that deal as far as I know, but they removed the little dispenser that you turn and it would give you onions. They got rid of that dispenser. So Costco used to have this little onion dispenser. So they had two different dispensers, one for onion and one for sauerkraut. So you would put your hot dog right underneath the tip of the dispenser, and then you would twist this lever, and then onion would come out. Or if you go to the other lever, it'll be sauerkraut. So I would put sauerkraut and onion, and then they would have 3 different dispensers: one for ketchup, one for mustard, or 4? Was it 4? I think it was 4 different dispensers: one for mustard, one for ketchup, one for relish, and then one for Dijon mustard. So I would get onion, sauerkraut, Dijon mustard. I don't like that Kraft mustard. That's just nasty. And they got rid of it. No onions, no Dijon mustard. Now all they give you is Heinz ketchup or that nasty yellow mush mustard, Kraft mustard. Ain't got no seeds in it. It has no grit. It has no stout. It's just nasty filtered mustard. It's yellow paste. It's just gross. What is it? There's no life in that mustard. There's no flavor. There's nothing in it. But they got rid of it all. You know why? Because they want to cut costs. Now, another thing that Costco used to have these umbrellas that they would put on the tables in the food court. So you go to the food court, there'd be a nice little umbrella. Another thing that they used to do in Costco is they would separate the tables. They would put a good amount of separation between the tables. Now they try to cram the tables to be as close as possible. So you're trying to eat your hot dog, and right next to you is some 3-year-old who's talking about vomit. Who the hell wants to deal with that bullshit? So it's disgusting. The clientele of Costco used to be really nice and clean. Now you got a bunch of obese people walking around. What's up with obese people and tank tops? Can someone explain this to me? Why do you feel the need to let everyone know that you're a lard ass? I mean, we all know that you're a lard ass, but why do you feel the need to show everyone your dangling arms? Nobody wants to see this dangling. Nobody wants to see this flab of meat dangling. Nobody wants to see that. And you have these women who are completely obese, and they have these sleeveless shirts on, and the lard is just jiggling. Nobody wants to see that. It's nasty. But we see that all the time. That you go into Costco. Every time you go into Costco, they got like 8 obese people with sleeveless shirts. What's up with that? It's nasty. It's gross. So I'm trying to eat my meal, and then all the tables are close to each other. So now everyone's super close to each other. It's like Costco sitting there saying, how do we make the experience of eating to be as miserable as possible? But then I remember that most people don't give a damn. Most people really don't care. Most people don't. They don't care. They sit down. They don't care if there's a woolly mammoth next to them. They don't. It doesn't bother them. It bothers me though, because I'm very easily irritated. So I just don't eat. I really don't like eating at Costco. I just don't like eat. I will only eat at Costco if it's empty. I like being alone. When I eat, I don't like eating around people, guys. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't like eating with people. There's certain people that I've met in my life who I don't mind eating with. But for the most part, I don't like eating with people. I just don't. There are certain people that I know personally who I don't mind eating with because I trust them. They're clean. And by clean, I don't mean they have to dress in suits or anything. I don't care about that. But, they're not gross. So, a lot of people are gross when they eat. A lot of people burp and they pick their nose and they... What's up with boomers having the need to blow their nose in a restaurant? Every time you go into a restaurant nowadays, there's some old boomer blowing their nose in the middle of the restaurant. What the hell's up with that? It's nasty. It's nasty. And people blow their nose and shit. It's just gross. It's just absolutely disgusting. I remember when I was in Italy, and there was this Hungarian girl. This girl was something straight out of a horror video game. Let's talk about how gross potlucks are. I will get to that. That's another good observation. No, that's another great observation. I'm going to talk about potlucks in a moment here because those are usually abominations. But there was this Hungarian girl, and if you ever saw it, so when you hear me say Hungarian girl, what's the first thing that you guys think? The first thing you guys think is, oh, Hungarian, she must be so beautiful. This thing looked like something straight out of Wolfenstein, Escape from Castle Wolfenstein. She was a big girl, not tall, but she was a big girl. She had big wrists, big wide wrists like that, and she looked evil. I mean, she looked demonic. This girl, she looked demonic, straight up, and she looked like a witch, and I remember Victor Orban, yeah. And she would walk around, and I remember one time she went outside and she had this broom, and it wasn't a regular broom. It wasn't a normal broom that you would see today. It was a witch's broom. I'm not exaggerating. It was the straight up old school witch's broom with this, which is just a stick with a big bundle of hay at the end. It was a straight up a Wizard of Oz broom. That's what it was. I said, that girl's a witch, I tell you. She's a witch. But one time I went out with these nuns, and this Hungarian girl was there with us. And we went out to this food truck, and in Italy they have this thing. They call them paninis, I think they're called paninis. Paninis are basically tacos. They're just Italian tacos. And I went to pay for my own stuff. And the nuns went to go pay for their own stuff, but they sent the Hungarian to go pay for their stuff. So this Hungarian girl's in front of me. And I'm going to order my own stuff because I don't want people doing the ordering for me because I want to order my own stuff. That's just it. I don't have to explain myself. So I'm looking at this Hungarian girl. And I'm looking at her, and I kid you not, she goes, she sneezes in her own hand. Then she begins to lift her hand from her face, and the snot was so thick, it was like giant thick cobwebs protruding out of her mouth as she was pulling her hand away. There's just huge cobwebs that were just stuck on her hand and on her face as she was withdrawing her hand. It was one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. She goes like this. And then I just looked at her and I said, oh my God, I'm not going to eat with any of these people. She orders the panini for the nuns and herself. I order my own panini, I give the guy the euros, and I go to a table like 10 feet away, 10, 12 feet away from the nuns. I'm eating by myself. I don't want to eat with people. Thick ass snot, like the scene from Gladiator where Maximus is mourning the murder of his wife and son, and he has his child's dead head on his face, and he's crying, and he just sort of separates a little bit of his son's head from his face, and you can see the snot just stuck on his kid's hair. It's that scene. Okay, it was like that, and I said, "Oh my!" She didn't even wash her hands. She didn't even wash her hands. She didn't even say, "Oh, let me go wash my hands." She just goes there. She pays the money, she buys the panini. I said, "Oh my god, they're gross, gross." So I just sat. "Oh, Terry, you gonna come sit with us?" Nope. Nope. Hell no. I remember that scene. It was the scene where Maximus is mourning over the death of his wife and son, and you can see Maximus's snot just connecting to his son's head, his son's corpse, as he's weeping, because he's weeping and there's snot protruding out of his nose, and then he puts his nose on his head, on his son's head, and then he lifts his head up. You can see the snot just coming out like cobwebs, which is great acting from that actor whose name I don't remember, Russell Crowe. But I don't want to see that shit before I eat. Yeah, this was in Italy. This was in, I forget which region of Italy, somewhere in the north. I am a Russian living in Peru. Oh, damn. Horrific. Did I take a picture? No, I was just so stuck in shock. When I was a kid, potluck at church was the best. Yuck. So let's talk about potlucks. But before that, I'm going to look at your guys' comments. Hold on. Potlucks are awful at church. You just never... What demonic thing could be done in your... Yup. And the foil wrapping. The big trays with the foil wrapping. Oh god, I want to vomit. I want to vomit. I hate smacking and nose blowing. Yup. I hate that shit. Every time I go into a restaurant, there's always one guy who wants to blow his nose in a restaurant. I just almost never, not every time, but almost every time. Some guy just wants to blow his nose. It's just like, what is up with you people? Go get your whole face leaked out in a surgery. What about Whole Foods? Whole Foods is super clean. There's no gross people in Whole Foods because they're basically eco-Nazis, so they got to be very clean. The positive thing about being around eco-Nazis is that they tend to be, at least the ones who live in the suburbs, they tend to be a little bit cleaner. The problem, though, is when you get these gross-ass hipsters and the women don't shave their armpits. Oh, that's disgusting. That's so nasty. But you have these hipster women who some of them, they got the Bob Marley hair, they smoke weed, they smell like shit, they don't shave their armpits. That's just disgusting. You want to cure yourself of lust of the flesh? Just think of a woman who smells like shit. She has Bob Marley hair and hairy armpits. You will never lust again. That'll cure you of your sin. It's reverse Viagra. I don't think Viagra could even cure that. I don't think so. I think you can take all the Cialis, all the Viagra. You can consume all of those Rhino pills from the gas station that you could, and that will not cure seeing a woman with hairy armpits. Your hairy armpits will make a turtle. Just imagine a turtle peeking out of the shell, and the turtle just going nope, and then going back into the shell. That's what it's like seeing a woman with hairy armpits. It's disgusting. We got our first Costco store in Sweden. Oh, it's awesome. Sam's Club is better than Costco. That's what some people are saying now. I've heard that before. I teach PE and fitness nutrition, and I work out in a button-down shirt. Interesting. We don't have any of those problems here in Peru. I'm so happy I don't live in the West. Yeah, America's a very demonic country. I think wearing pajamas needs to be a criminal offense. I think that you should be given a ticket for wearing pajamas in public. I think it should be at least a $1,000 fine. I think a police officer should have the right to stop you, saying, "Sir, why are you wearing pajamas?" Another thing that I find to be a red flag is when people walk around with backpacks. If I see a grown man walk into a restaurant with a backpack, the first thing I think is, "Oh, a meth addict." Why are you walking into a restaurant with a grown man with a backpack? You are a grown ass man. We are nowhere near any sort of university campus. We're not next to any university campus. Why are you walking around with a backpack for? And almost every time I see a grown ass man with a backpack, he's always a homeless meth head. Almost, actually, I'm gonna say it always. It's a freaking meth head. Some guy who's homeless. He fills up his bag with half drunken, half consumed water bottles, and he's got Frito-Lay chips, half-eaten bags of Frito-Lay chips. His skin is as red as a red crayon, and he's walking around, and he'll walk into a restaurant, and he doesn't order anything. He just wants to order water because it's a freeloader, and he'll use the table so he can use his Wi-Fi. And he's balding, and his teeth are rotting because of all the meth that he takes. Every time I see a grown-ass man with a backpack, or a grown-ass woman for that matter, with a backpack, I'm always thinking to myself, why the hell are you wearing a backpack for? You're a grown-ass human being. You're not a student. You're not in high school. We're nowhere near a campus. Why are you wearing a backpack for? A backpack. Whatever happened to just a wallet? Having heard the story of Ted almost drifted into the open ocean, I'm not surprised that Ted hated the ocean and open water. Oh god, that was a horrifying experience. Sharks won't eat you. They are just curious. Of course. Of course. You ever see the video of the Russian guy getting eaten alive in Egypt by a shark? There's a horror. I wouldn't recommend anyone watch it, but it's just horrifying. It's a Russian guy getting eaten alive in the waters of Egypt. It's horrific. There's more East Asian DNA in Finns, kind of. Yeah, so yeah, I was correct. Yeah, you guys are sort of Mongolian. You think the mark and there's the name of Allah still? I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. And if we don't see, then we'll be dead before it comes out then. All right, what else do we guys have here? I carry my backpack like a briefcase. I got important stuff in there. All right, fine. I guess there's exceptions for everything. But every time I see a guy walking around with a backpack, it's always some meth head. Lots of office job workers do backpacks now. They carry their laptops. I don't see these guys walking around. Hold on. The guys who have laptops, they have a different kind of backpack. It's those bags that you put over your shoulder. I'm talking about actual backpacks, the stuff that you see students bringing to their campuses. Yeah, I agree with you, Ted. Being eaten by a Jaws would be horrible. Of course. I think it's weird when people at my school come in with pajamas. And that should be a criminal offense. I think police officers should have the right to stop you and say, "Sir, do you know why I'm stopping you today?" No, it's because you look like trash. Here's a $1,000 ticket. Well, I can't afford it. Oh, I can tell you can't afford it. Just look at you. And then just walk away. I shave my pits. Wow. I love women who don't shave their armpits. Oh my god. Jeez. I don't think a mountain of rhino pills would cure you of just being grossed out by that. Remember the maggot cheese? Ugh. I made my grog with spiced rum. Grog? What is this, Lord of the Rings? What are you, a freaking orc? Brown sugar. Mash some orange, threw in a cinnamon stick. Yeah, where's the man's flesh? It's tradition for Mexicans to throw their toilet paper in the trash can in the bathroom with poop on it. I don't freaking know, dude. I don't know. Good lord, this stream is just going right off the edge. Right off the edge, this stream is going down the toilet. You have become abundantly clear in your very graphic description, Ted. We get your... I have a huge thing about how people make food, and especially if they own cats, forget about it. One time in Poland, my aunt used to have a cat that used to pee in salad bowl. Oh my god. Yeah, I hate eating at people's homes. I just don't like eating at people's homes. Unless I know the person, I know that that person can cook damn good. I don't want to eat at a person's house. I don't. Who the hell wants to be in a stranger's home? You don't know if you could be in a Silence of the Lambs movie. Who knows? I prefer just to eat in a restaurant. I don't want to eat in people's homes. Welcome to the internet. Oh, God. We need to drink vodka looking at unshaved armpits. So how did you ever eat the salad, or did you ever get... I mean, I don't want to... Don't tell me. Don't tell me. How about when people decide to talk to you as soon as they have a full mouth of food? Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, I don't like listening to... I don't like someone talking in front of me. I don't want to see that. I don't like eating around people. I remember I was in this little college get-together thing. It was for college students, even though I never went to college. And I was in El Paso, and they had hot dogs there. And the hot dogs looked fine. I mean, they had them on a grill and everything. And I just took my hot dog, and I just ran as far as possible to a corner somewhere. And I remember just sitting down saying, oh, peace and quiet. And people just found me. They said, oh, hey, how are you doing? I'm like, dude, just give me like 10 minutes. And a bunch of people came over and they sat around me. And I'm like, oh, God, no, leave me alone. Give me 10 minutes. Ricky, that's how Dad would backhand you. I like me some hairy dwarf women. Yeah, you don't know if the baby was taking a bath in the sink. Oh my God. How long have I been streaming for? An hour? And we still haven't even gotten to what I've prepared to talk about with you guys. There was a retired substitute teacher that does exactly that. Drives me crazy when he is scheduled for the same lunch as me. But all that can't compare in India's food. Oh my God, dude. Have you guys ever seen the videos from India? Have you guys ever seen the videos from India where people are just pouring sludge into a bowl and they're saying, here you go? It is so gross. Oh, Indian food, I think, is probably the most overrated food in the world. Everyone's like, oh, I love Indian food. Are you serious, dude? Indian food is garbage. Pakistani food is actually better than Indian food. Because Pakistani people can actually eat beef. So they have nahari. Nahari is delicious, by the way. But Indian food is just disgusting. It's just because they can't eat beef, so their food is just gross. It's all just mashed lentils with gruel. Here you go. We have spices. We have the spices. Turmeric. Yeah, okay, buddy. We live in an international world now. You can find turmeric anywhere now. We're not living in the 1800s when the British had the trade routes from India. and they were fighting to get the trade routes and get turmeric back to the UK because their food over there was so damn bland. They were eating pickled fish, jellyfish, jellied fish they were eating over there in England. Jellied eels, that's what they were eating in England. People don't really eat that kind of stuff anymore. It's sort of a novel, not a novel thing, but you have to find a certain restaurant in England that serves jellied eels now. But back in the day, it used to be very common to have jellied eels. Jellied eels and green sauce. Japanese and Korean food is the best. It's very good. Yeah, Korean food, Japanese food is very good. Chinese food is also very good. Especially Sichuan cuisine. I think Sichuan cuisine is amazing. Yeah, lentils. That's a big thing over there. Dal, they call it. Good thing Ted ate Amish. The hair. What the hell? The hair what? This thing is in the way. The hair, the food, the bathtub. The India's holiest river is one of the most polluted river in the world. Yep, it's full of dead bodies and human feces. It has, what is it? Millions of deadly microbes in every cup of water from the holy shitty river, the holy shitty river of the Ganges. Yeah, I noticed that there's been an explosion of videos of people making fun of Indian street food. I'm wondering if it's a CIA psyop to make us hate India because India is getting closer with the Russians to the ire of the Americans. And so I guess the CIA wants us to start looking at India as a gross and disgusting country, which it kind of is. Let's be real here. But they remember 10 years ago, it was, oh, India, the land of enlightenment. Now it's, oh, India, the land of shit. And I guess the CIA wants for us to change our perspective on India because India is pissing off the Americans because they keep buying Russian wheat. So I'm guessing it's some sort of a psyop. Oh, rape culture. Oh yeah, India, absolutely. They have a huge rape rate over there. It's nasty. Indian street food makes me sick. It would probably kill you. I was surprised with Persian food. What were you surprised about? Yeah, also the rape culture in India, etc. Yeah, nasty. One giant bowl of slop that they eat with their hands out of the same... Yup. Just a big old pot of sewage. Let's see here. Good thing Ted ain't Amish. Yup, thank God. And India's holiest river. Yup. Holy shit river. Gefilte fish is gross. I'm sure it is. For real, I make Sichuan triple delight. I love Sichuan food. Sichuan, I love the Mapo tofu. Is delicious. Oh, Persian food, yeah. It does look pretty good. We eat fried eels. I've had eel before. It's actually very good if it made correctly, like anything else. Are you really half Palestinian? Yep. My father's from the West Bank. Thoughts on man-made meat? Stay the hell away from me. That's what I have to say. I don't want no man-made meat. I don't want no lab-raised meat. It's disgusting. If I want to have beef, I want it from the cow. I don't want no fake-ass meat. Just like I don't want no fake-ass woman. I don't want a guy who tells me that he's a woman. It's disgusting. I don't want fake eggs. I don't want fake crab meat. I don't want imitation nothing. I want things to be real. Give it to me real. If I eat a steak, I want to know it's a steak. If I eat a fried egg, I want to know that it came from a hen, not from a lab. I think it's just horrendous what people are doing nowadays. It's horrifying. We're from the West Bank, from Beit Sahora. Bethlehem region. A friend of mine got food poisoning from eating Italian food. It nearly killed them. Indian food. I swear I read it as Italian. I gotta get my glasses right. What do you expect from a country that worships cows? Yeah, they worship cows and they worship some weird sex goddess, Kama Sutra shit. They got a temple full of sex positions. 1 million sex positions. And they have a whole book on sex and perverted sex. And it has weird ass gay shit in it. It's demonic. But you know what's interesting about Hinduism is who really founded Hinduism. Hinduism is a mix between the religion of the Aryans who came from the Himalayas, who descended on India from the Himalayas, and the religion of the Aboriginals who were living in India before the arrival of the Aryans. And also you have Dravidian culture as well. So Dravidian culture is basically the mestizo culture of India, which is the dominating culture of India. Dravidian culture really is, generally speaking, what Indian culture is now. Much of Indian culture today is Dravidian, or based on Dravidian culture at least. Basically how that happened was you had a lonely or Iranian guys who were farmers who migrated into northern India, and then they mixed in with the Aboriginal population, and they formed a unique culture called the Dravidian civilization. Then later on, you had the Aryan migration into India from the Himalayas. These people were basically Slavs. They were, if you look at their DNA, they were related to people in Ukraine or Belarus today. So they were ancient Slavs, and they were Indo-Europeans, just like much of the European race is Indo-European. And the Aryans, they introduced the Rig Veda, and that was their religion, or at least to a great extent it was their religion. And their gods were Aryan. They worshipped Indra, which is a god that was worshipped by the ancient Iranians before Islam took over Iran. So you can see the overlap between ancient Iranian religion and the religion of the Rig Veda Aryans. And what's very interesting is that the Aryans, when they arrived in India, they came with a very strict moral principle. They spoke out against the phallus worship in India. The Aboriginals worshipped phalluses. That was part of their religion, kind of like the Polynesians in Hawaii. And the Aryans looked down on this. They condemned this as evil and as degenerate and disgusting. And so they destroyed a lot of the phallic idols that were in ancient India. And archaeologists have actually found these phallic idols. And they're very, very ancient. And they could see on these ancient phallic idols signs of deliberate destruction or deliberate damage made by man's hand. And so what they have concluded, or what they have at least posited, is that when the Aryans came into India, they destroyed these idols. And then in later Aryan literature or later Hindu literature after the Rig Veda, you can see more and more acceptance of phallic worship. So basically what happened was the Aryans came in, they said that these Aboriginals are a bunch of degenerates, they're worshiping penises, they're disgusting, let's try to destroy it. And then as the generations continued on, as more and more generations were produced, as more and more generations succeeded each other, the Aryans more and more accepted this culture, and that's because they were intermixing with the native population, and they were synchronizing their culture with the native culture. And so the same thing happened to their religion. Their religion got mixed up, and that is really how Hinduism was formed. Hinduism is a synchronization between the religion of the Aryans and the religion of the Aboriginals and the Dravidians who were living in India. And it's very fascinating because it gives you an idea as to how the ancient Indo-Europeans thought, what kind of religion they had, what kind of moral code that they had, and they had a sense of right and wrong. They had a sense of morals, and that was because they had a remnant of they still held a remnant or a residue of the moral code that was passed down to Japheth by Noah. So the Indo-Europeans all come from Japheth, one of the three sons of Noah. And Noah preached a moral code to Japheth, and so Japheth held the moral code of his father, and the descendants of Japheth would keep some of that moral code intact. And so that's why when you see the Indo-Europeans, when you read about the Indo-Europeans destroying phallic idols and condemning it, that was a residue of good morals that was inherited through Noah, I would say. So, yeah, I did a whole video about this. I just never uploaded it. I need to find it on my computer and upload it, if I can find it. The phallic worship were connected to Baal worship in the ancient Middle East and fertility gods in ancient Europa. Well, that's why Muslims kiss a giant vagina. It's part of the Christian or pre-Islamic pagan religion. Walak Theo Kifa. I'm sorry, I don't really speak Arabic, to be honest with you. I am pretty much Americanized. They make fake eggs. Yep, they do. Vegan eggs. You can see them in the grocery store right now. Make fake eggs. Yep. What happened to the music? Yes, I'm still listening, YouTube. Hold up your mug. I would like to see the design, if you please. Why? Okay, here you go. It's butterflies and flowers and dragonfly. I got the pasture-raised eggs from Aldi. They got the best ones. Yeah, pasture-raised is the best quality eggs you're gonna get. Let's see here. Who have read Bhagavad Gita by Siddhi Srimad Bhagavad Gita Swami? I have a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita. I put butter on Wagyu beef tallow. Wow, damn. Ugh, gross. On coffee? That's kind of nasty. But I guess it's flavorless, right? If I had to guess. Justin, their pasture-raised eggs are so far the best I've found. Can I get a primer? Yes, I like Aldi eggs. Okay. Yeah. Thoughts on TikTok ban? I think it should be banned. I think TikTok should be banned. I completely agree. I think TikTok is disgusting. Oh boy, I got a bunch of stuff to say about this subject. Hold on a second. Let me just get to all your guys' comments here. Indian man was denied on a flight because his luggage contained cow shit and his luggage was classed as hazardous material. Well, of course. It's disgusting. He should be thrown off the plane. Where are the dinosaurs in history? I think the Book of Job talks about dinosaurs. Herodotus talks about flying lizard creatures that would eat the fruit in the orchards of Saudi Arabia. And he talks about how the Arabs developed a poisonous gas that they would spray into their orchards and killed all the flying lizards. And then they went extinct, according to Herodotus. Where did you get that from, bro? Where did I get what from? Great sound in the background. Oh, it's awesome. I love this music. What are the burritos like in Texas? They're okay. Depends on the place. Some of the tacos are pretty good here, actually. Thoughts on TikTok ban? All right, let's get into the subject matter. Before my grandmother passed away last year, years before that, she warned me about preventing... She told me that I should do certain things to prevent dementia and memory loss. And she said that dementia is caused by not working your brain enough. And she told me, all these people with dementia or with memory loss, they get memory loss because they just sit around all day watching television. So she said they sit there in front of the TV screen, they watch television for hours. They don't work their brains. They don't exercise their brains. So the brain becomes weak and the memory, the function for memory declines and eventually dissipates. So she said, make sure that you always work your brain somehow. And she said, you need to read books, read things, do crossword puzzles. She said, my grandmother she died at the age of 89 years old, which is a decently long life. And she said, she never lost her memory, never had dementia, nothing like that. And she told me the way that you maintain your memory is by continuously exercising your brain. So she would always do crossword puzzles. And she learned this from her father. My great-grandfather was the same way. He never got memory loss. And my great-grandfather would always do crossword puzzles, and he would read books. And he would tell my father, he would say, I don't want to lose my marbles. And he would sit there for hours doing this crossword puzzle. For hours, every day he would do crossword puzzles. And my dad would ask him, why do you do those crossword puzzles? He says, you got to keep your marbles. Got to keep your marbles. Got to keep your marbles, he said. So you have to work your brain. So that means that you got to do crossword. You got to do something to work your brain. Something, right? Problem solving, all this stuff works your brain. And here is something that I've noticed. So TikTok came out. TikTok blew up. People became millionaires because of TikTok. And everyone's using TikTok. What is TikTok? TikTok is just scrolling up, looking at these very short videos. These seconds-long videos. That's what you're doing. So you're looking at a video, you're getting some entertainment. You're getting another video, you're getting some entertainment. You're getting another video, you're getting some entertainment. And you're constantly what you're actually doing really is you're training your mind to only focus on short things. You're training your mind to only focus on very short moments, things that are of very short durations of time. And you're training your mind. So you're just constantly looking at short duration content, short form content. And okay, this content was 3 seconds, okay, scroll up, 5 seconds, scroll up, 10 seconds, scroll up. So you're training your brain just to focus on moments that are very short, which means that you are working to the detriment, you are acting to the detriment of your brain's ability to have focus. And you are undermining your attention span. You're undermining your attention span. And you are building laziness. You're encouraging intellectual laziness, mental laziness. And a little bit of reels, okay, fine. But if you're doing it for hours every day, just hours looking at reels, and you're not training your mind to digest sentences, to look at sentences, and to analyze sentences, and absorb information, and understand information, and unwrap information, and you're not training your mind to focus on sentences and read entire pages and to follow trains of thought, you're not doing that. You're not training your mind. So you are you're acting to the detriment of your ability to focus, and you're acting to the detriment of your attention span. So for example, this book is 812 pages long. Currently, I am on page 477. This is a long book. It's a brick, and I've been taking my time on it. But I try to read for several hours every single day, and I try my best to focus to the point where I'm going to just read an entire page, and I'm going to understand what this page is saying. So what I do is I'll read a whole bunch of pages, and then I will, okay, now let's actually sit down and take notes based on what we've read. So what I'm doing is reading, absorbing the information, working my brain, exercising my mind to absorb the information, to comprehend the information, take that information in, looking at a sentence, looking at the structure of the sentence, reading it out in my head, not reading it with my mouth, working my brain, exercising my intellectual faculty, and then testing myself to see how much I understood. So let's now take notes, writing down my thoughts on what I've just read. So I'm reading, and then I'm making observations based on what I've read. So I'm taking in that information, and then I am articulating that information on paper. I'm putting that information down on paper with my own observations and my own thoughts. So you're what you're doing is you're not just absorbing the information, but you're teaching your mind to articulate ideas better. One of the things that I have noticed a lot of, and I see this almost every single time I watch people on YouTube, is linguistical crutches. And what do I mean by linguistical crutches? We have all used them, and we all use them. You know, like, these are linguistical crutches. They're crutches. And we use these words when our mind needs a little moment to think about what it's going to say next. Or many of the times, it's because we really don't know how to describe something. We have difficulty describing something. And so we say, it's like, I was like, it was like, and then I was like, instead of saying, and then I thought to myself, etc., etc. We say, and then I was like, and I was like, and you know, I was like, and you know, I was like, and you know, I was like, you know, I was like, you know, I was like. These are what you call filler words. Every language has filler words. And I think it's okay to use them to a certain extent. But to depend on them to the point where you're saying them every single sentence or every other sentence is a sign that we are not exercising our brains enough. Now, I'm very bad at mathematics. I've never really been enthusiastic about mathematics, don't give a damn about algebra. But I try my best to exercise my mental faculties by reading and then articulating thoughts in what I have read. And that's why I like doing videos. Pretty much all my videos are on things, pretty much all of my videos are me just articulating my thoughts based on what I've read in the day that I record these videos, right? On the days that I record these videos. But I see this all the time, even with people who are super famous. I mean, Anthony Bourdain, people who are very famous online influencers. I see them do this all the time. You know, it's, you know, and I catch myself doing that. I'm not innocent of this, but I try my best not to do that. Because I want to see, can I articulate sentences without crutches? Can I do that? My great-grandfather, Frederick, he was a native Californian, and he was extremely articulate. You can see it in his letters, and he read a lot of books. And he wrote letters, and he was very good at calligraphy and at articulation. And my dad, I met my great-grandfather a few times, but I was so young that I don't remember, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But my father used to hang out with him a lot. My father would tell me, listening to him talk, it was like hearing somebody read a book. That's how articulate this guy was. But he was from a time period when there wasn't any internet, there was no texting, there was no cell phones. He lived at a time when writing letters was still the norm. And to write a letter to somebody was very special, and you took your time to write a letter, and writing a letter was like writing an article or an essay. You put a lot of thought into the letter, you put a good amount of time into the letter, and you wrote in a way that was very fancy. He had very good skills in calligraphy. But because of short form content, so much short form content, we are training our minds to only focus for just a few seconds on something, because you're looking at a video and the video's 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then it's over. Well, when you look at a book that's 812 pages, this is not 5 seconds. This is not a 5-second video. This is an 812 page book. It's going to take you time. You got to absorb the information. You got to work your brain. So we're just teaching our brains to not focus. That's what we're doing. And I can think back, and believe me, I didn't come to these conclusions because I read it somewhere in an article. Believe it or not, I came to these conclusions from my own experiences, not because I researched this stuff or, oh, I'm going to look this up. Does it cause memory loss? I can just tell by looking at reels and short form content that an excessive amount of time given to looking at short form content would just destroy your brain. It's just going to destroy your brain after a while. It's not healthy for you. And again, I didn't read this somewhere. No one told me this. But I just by looking at the reels, oh, this is funny. This is funny. And you get, what happens is that you get caught in what I call a rat wheel. What do they call it? A mouse wheel? You get in the little mouse wheel, little hamster wheel. And the hamster gets in the little wheel, and the hamster just doesn't stop. And the hamster just can't figure out, wait a second, I'm not moving. And that's sort of how looking at short form content feels. You watch the video, and then you just find yourself scrolling. Because your brain will always prefer, and your body will do the same thing. Your brain and your body will always prefer the least path of resistance. So what's easier, looking at reels or reading a book? Of course, looking at reels is easier. So you're naturally going to look at reels. It's just, that's what your body's going to choose. But after taking some time looking at reels and getting caught on the hamster wheel, I think to myself, oh my God, this is destructive. This is absolutely destructive. And when I read a book, I can actually feel my brain moving. I can actually feel the front of my brain like a muscle. It's like when you lift a weight. It's like when you pick up a weight and you do curls on the weight or you do presses on the weight. You can feel your muscles moving. You can feel your muscles struggling to carry the weight, to lift the weight. So then when you're reading a book and you're actually focusing and trying to understand what you're reading, and then you see a word that you don't understand, and it's as if your brain is a computer and it's trying to understand a program, but there's a little bit of the program that it doesn't understand. There's a little bit of the code that it doesn't understand, doesn't quite understand. So you have to update the software so that it can understand a little bit of that code. That's kind of like what learning a new word is. You're reading a sentence, you understand most of the sentence. You understand most of the words in the sentence. You're familiar with all the words in the sentence, except one. So you can't really fully comprehend what the sentence is saying. So what do you have to do? You get a dictionary, you learn a new word. And when I learn a new word, I feel my brain just expand. It's a physical feeling. It's amazing. And usually the feeling is here. This is where I'm feeling most of it, right here. And I can feel the brain muscles just moving. Why? Because I'm actually exercising my brain muscle. And it is, once you put away the reels and read books, reels can be fun, don't get me wrong, but they are not fulfilling. They're fun, they're entertaining, but they're not fulfilling. When you finish reading a book and you've taken a bunch of notes on the book and you've done a bunch of videos on what you've learned from the book, that is fulfillment. That's fulfillment. Reading a book and learning something new, something you've never heard before, that is crack cocaine for my brain. That's cocaine for the brain. It's like that song with Ice Cube, I'm insane in the brain. It's cocaine for the brain. That's what it is. It's cocaine for the brain. And you can understand things. And so I truly believe that just investing, or I should say wasting, so much time looking at reels, I think will be to the detriment of people's minds. It'll be to the detriment of people's brains. And it'll be awful. I really believe. TikTok needs to be banned. And I understand that they're banning it because it's owned by China, but they need to ban reels. They really do. Man, I miss the old days of YouTube. Oh my God, I miss the old days of YouTube. Remember the days of YouTube where people just talked in front of cameras? Wasn't that just great? Remember the old days when you had long form content? Not everything was super edited. Not everything was overproduced. Not everything was edited to the point where there are no durations of pause in the video. Everything is just nonstop, continuous talking, because people just don't want to take the time to watch a video. But I remember the day of I remember when YouTube first came out, I was in high school, and it was just people in front of their cameras speaking their minds. And it was amazing. And I started getting into YouTube in high school, think I was a senior in high school. Or actually, yeah, I was a high school student. I think I started getting into YouTube during summer break between my junior and senior year. So before I became a senior, I started getting into YouTube, and I started doing videos, and I would just talk. I wish I could find those old videos again. Oh my god, I would pay money to get those old videos back. Long form is making a comeback. I think long form content is completely fine, but you have to just talk. You can't. I think long form content is very difficult. I think it's more difficult than ultra edited content. And what I mean by that is, if you're talking in front of a camera and you're just being very lazy about it, then yeah, that's easier than doing a video with a lot of editing. But if you can do a long form content video where you're keeping your audience engaged, that is the challenge. I think that is very difficult. I miss old YouTube. YouTubers could reply to yes. Oh yes, I remember those days when people would make videos responding to your videos, and you could see that it was a response to another particular. You would watch their video, and then it would tell you that it was a response to another video, so you could see the video that they were responding to. And yes, amazing time. It was beautiful, and there was very little censorship. I remember. Oh, it was just glorious. Yep, videos had the 5-star rating system. Remember the old YouTube days when you weren't inundated with ads? Yep, 2007 YouTube. Oh yeah. Remember the days of instant messaging? Remember the days when you met a girl that you liked and she gave you her Gmail, and then you would instant message with each other sometimes? Yeah, I remember those days. YouTube pushing shorts to compete. Yep, YouTube is doing it. Instagram is doing it. Everybody's doing the reels, and it's money. I mean, they're doing it because it's profitable for them. It's monetarily beneficial for them. But I think we got to put the phones down, guys. The phones down. I said downs. What's wrong with me? Am I from the East Coast all of a sudden? Got to put the phones downs. We just got to put the phones down, guys. It's rotting our brains. We got to focus on stuff. Napster was the best. Yep. I actually never really got into Napster. I got into LimeWire, though. LimeWire was my thing. Remember when they had thumbs down? Yep. I think we should bring all that back. We need to. I remember you could go on, and originally on YouTube, you could go on someone's channel and you can find their oldest video. Then YouTube took that down. Oh, that pissed me off, and people were protesting about it. They were saying, what happened to the button that you could press so you could see a channel's oldest content? And they brought that back. I'm so glad that they did that, because it's so fun. I think there's something so cool about clicking on somebody's channel and seeing where they came from, right? Seeing how they started, seeing how they originated, and seeing their original content, and just to see the difference between the way they began and then the way that they are currently. I think that is just super cool. I believe people are really interested in more nuanced and complex topics. Funnily enough, the COVID lockdown played a role in that. That is an interesting observation. Can you elaborate more on that? I never thought about that. Could you elaborate more on how the COVID lockdown contributed to people being more interested in, like you said, more nuanced and complex topics? There is an add-on you can use for the thumbs up, thumbs down. I'm using. Oh, really? Oh, awesome. What's it called? Just opened a bottle of Dimply whiskey. Awesome. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to read your guys'. Oh, I want to be fair here. I want to read as many comments as possible. Dating apps work the same way. Endless swiping with little payoff. That is correct. That is correct. It's the same psychological methods that they use in slot machines. Dating apps are very, very detrimental. I think it's more detrimental for men than it is for women, because it's easier for women to find matches on dating apps than it is for men to find matches. A woman can get on a dating app. She can be absolutely hideous. She can look like Quasimodo, and she will still get matches relatively easily. in comparison to men. A man will get on there, and even if the man is, I don't know, fairly good looking, he will struggle to get matches. The men who easily get matches are in a very, very small percentage of the male population. So for most men, getting on a dating app is like being on a hamster wheel. It's just, you're on the wheel and you're moving and you're not getting anywhere. It's miserable. It's miserable. I read a saying yesterday. I don't know who said this, but it was something to the likes of, when pleasures become excessive, they become punishments. And that is so 100% factual. That is 100% true. Pleasures in moderation are great, right? Delicious food is great. Rich, delicious food is great in moderation. When you are excessively consuming rich foods, they become punishments because you become enslaved to them and you want more of it and you can't stop. That is slavery, and they become punishments. I believe in a balance. There are some days where I'm just eating very basic, simple foods. I'm eating a lot of salads, but I also treat myself to good, delicious food as well. So, I find for me personally, I find the best, the most enjoyable eating experience is with a balance. But truly, when pleasures become excessive, they become punishments. And dating apps becomes a punishment. At first, it's great because when you first get on, the machine of the dating app, the company, whichever makes the dating app, they have this way where as soon as you sign on to the app, they put you on the front of the list. So what happens is that usually you're going to be getting matches in the beginning. Now that is if you're not looking like Quasimodo or you don't look like the woolly mammoth from Ice Age. So if you look like an average person or an above average person, right when you get on that app, you're going to start getting matches. And then what happens is that as your profile gets older, you start getting pushed back into the back burner to the point where you'll go for months without getting matches. And that's even after putting in new photos on your app and then and redesigning your photo, editing your photo, changing how it looks, doing all this work on your profile. Even after doing all of this, you will still find yourself in a hamster wheel. Maybe you'll find 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches if you're lucky, but you find yourself just swiping and swiping and swiping and swiping, and you're thinking, how come I'm not getting matches? What is going on? What's happening? And what eventually takes place, and there have been psychological studies done on this, on the mental effects, on the mental health effects from dating apps. And what they have concluded is that for a lot of men, dating apps will begin to make them question their own identity. So they begin to have a fuzzy perspective on their own self-worth. And so they begin to say, well, maybe I'm ugly, maybe I'm hideous, maybe I'm this, maybe I'm that. When the reality is that more than likely you're just fine, right? You're fine. But you begin to question yourself. But the app wants you to stay on the app and just keep swiping. So you keep swiping and swiping. Now, if you look like, I don't know, Brad Pitt, or if you look like I don't know, some actor, you're gonna have a very easy time getting matches. But if you're an average guy, you're gonna be in the hamster wheel. And so the app knows this, and the company knows this, and so they want you to just stay on that app, swiping in that hamster wheel, frying your brain, exhausting your dopamine mechanism, exhausting your brain, frying your brain, and undermining your self-worth. And you're going to continuously just swipe, and they don't mind that. They like that, because as long as you're there swiping, you're looking at the ads that's paying their company. So it's monetarily speaking beneficial for them, for you to stay on the app. And once you realize that you feeling lonely benefits them, then you realize that it's all just a scam, and you get out of them. And honestly, I have been off of apps, dating apps, for months. I've been off of apps since I want to say since August or October of last year, and I can tell you right now, it has made me, I feel so much better, and I will never get on dating apps again. I just get off of them. They're awful. They undermine you. They undermine you. It's disgusting. It's really awful, and it's just horrendous. Just stay off of them. Never use them. Never use dating apps, guys. Unless you're a super good-looking dude and you just want to find women easily. If you're an average guy, just stay off of them. You know, just stay off of them. There's no point in being on them. You're going to be attracting the bottom of the barrel. You're going to be attracting these women who are fat, and they try to make themselves look not fat, but you can tell that they're fat just by looking at them, but they act as if you can't see right through them. Yeah, that nonsense. It's awful. I would rather stay single for the rest of my life than having to use dating apps and be stuck on that hamster wheel. It's awful. Now, I heard that Tinder was actually pretty good 10 years ago, you know, back in 2010. I heard that over 10 years ago, I heard that it was okay. I heard it was decent, but now it's just, back in the day, it used to be free to send messages to people, and now you got to pay money, and it's all just money. Let's see here. Tinder got exposed for deliberately withholding matches for free users unless they paid for premium subscription, so they made it pay to play. Yep, that's right. I just saw a thumbs down. Yeah, I noticed that as well. Rich, handsome, and dangerous are categories that most women are looking in dating apps. What does that even mean, dangerous? Are they mobsters? Are they mob bosses? What are they? Looking in dating apps. Unfortunately, 95% of men aren't that overpowered. Yeah, I think it's all bullshit. I wouldn't really worry about it. I know that when every generation comes of age and they hit their teens, and when they're in their late teens, and when they are in their early 20s, I know that the most popular question amongst younger men who are in those stages of growth, in those stages of life, is what do women want? I mean, if you go on Google and type in what do, the search engine is going to start giving you suggestions to make your search inquiry easier. And probably the first suggestion that you will get is, what do women want, right? I mean, let's test it out right now. Let's just see if I'm full of shit or not. Hold on. What do... Oh, first thing I get is, what do they speak in Israel? I guess the people's priorities are changing now. Everybody wants to know about the Jews. Let's say, okay, what do women want? Yep. Let's say how to, what do I get? I get how to say hello in Portuguese. I mean, this is based on my last search. How to, let's say how to, oh my God. I typed in how to AT, and I get how to attract crows. I guess people, and then at the bottom of the list is how to attract women. Hold on, let's show you guys this. Hold up. Okay, hold up. If I type in how to AT, how to attract crows. I remember back in my day, it was how to attract women because men weren't walking around thinking that they gotta put on dresses. How to attract crows. And then at the bottom of the list is how to attract women. I guess times have changed. Oh, good night, everybody. Goodness. Fat or fat? Oh, that's a good one. Rooftop Korean. Oh, that's hilarious. Sweet without health. Allah. The second one is insane. How to attract cardinal. Let's have fun with this, guys. What do you want me to search? What partially do you want me to, what do you want me to type in? And let's see what kind of suggestions we get from Google. What does Google want us to, what is society telling us here? How to find, okay, what do they speak in Israel? Is this really what people are searching? I doubt it. What do worms eat? Oh my god. They don't even say what do women want. What would Jesus do? Oh my goodness. What? So if I put just W, what was the first country? What do worms eat? This is what people are thinking about in 2020. How to avoid. Okay, hold on. How to avoid. Okay, hold on. How to avoid kidney stones. Well, that's reasonable. How to avoid cancer. That's reasonable also. Diabetes. Okay. Oh, that's right. You got to go to trends. Okay, so let's check out trends here. Google trends. What are people looking at? What are people interested in? Google searches. Let's check this out. So how do I find on Google Trends, how do I find... So this is what people are searching for. Aaron Donald. Who the hell is Aaron Donald? Am I living under a rock? Am I so outside of the skeins of interest in society that I don't know who Aaron Donald is? Who is Aaron? Can someone help me out with this? Vieko Simic. Oh, hold on. There was a comment from Vieko Simic here. Hold on a second here. Fannie Willis. Who the hell are these people? I think Vieko Simic wrote a comment here. I wanted to read it here. Oh, I got to start reading again. Vieko Simic says, I read only a couple of novels in my life, and it was a lot more visual to me than a movie. True. Description of places and smells created a world in my head. I got to start reading again. Yeah, I would definitely recommend going back to reading. Dating. Go read some Russian literature. There's some great Russian literature out there. Dating apps work the same way, etc., etc. Yep. Let's see here. I love how in olden times people would pour melted wax to seal an envelope and then press a metal stamp. Yep, that's back in the day. Yo, bro, I have to tell you how awesome it was to listen to you talk about FMF. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Mr. Totti Frotti. People forget that the brain is an organ and it needs nourishment. Yep, absolutely. It needs exercise. Fannie Willis is that Democrat lawyer. Oh, okay. I gotcha. NFL players. You got to go to trends, right? So what's the biggest trend? How do I find biggest trends? And that, so give me a country, guys. Give me a country, and we'll type the country in. We'll pick the country from this list, and then we'll see what do people in this particular country search for the most. So give me a country. What country? We got what do we got? We got Argentina, Australia, Brazil. We got every country in the world here. So pick me a country. Give me a country. Give me a country, and then we'll see what people in that particular country are searching for the most. Try to search yourself. I've already done that. It's just a bunch of... Israel. Okay, let's try Israel. It's just a bunch of atheists who hate me. All right, Israel. It's all in Hebrew, but don't worry. We have Google Translate. Ronnie Eshel. Oh, yeah, this girl. She was murdered by Hamas, and then her father yelled at an Israeli military commander and told him, it's because of you that people died on October the 7th. Yeah, this girl, her father she got murdered by Hamas. And then there was an event in Israel where they had some sort of a march to remember the victims of Hamas on October the 7th. And then this female Israeli soldier, she introduced a sergeant to come, or some kind of military official to come and address the crowd. And then once that military official stepped up to the speaking platform, the small speaking platform, to address the crowd, this guy, the father of this girl who was murdered by Hamas, he just approached this dude and started yelling at him and told him that you're the reason why all these people died. There's a lot of animosity and tension within Israel right now, and I'm going to get a little bit into that today. Okay, so that's the second thing. Amos Tom. I have no idea who Amos Tom is. Amos Tom says, with a fiery confession, women call me handsome next to my wife. So this guy's some Hebrew celebrity, Jiva Benyamin. The fear of terrorists infiltrating Jiva Benyamin. Eliezer Fishman, businessman Eliezer Fishman, passed away at the age of 80. Salim Jobran, retired Chief Justice Salim Jobran, passed away at the age of 76. Consumer Price Index, Champions League. So this is some sort of a soccer subject. This pertains to soccer, I'm guessing. Almog Cohen rejected Almog Cohen's request to reveal the details of the impersonating captain. Europa League. So soccer and politics. That is what is consuming the interest, the collective interest in Israeli society. So let's see, Albania. All right. Oh, so hold on. Let's do this in order. Sweden. Okay, let's check out Sweden. All right. McDonald's is number 1 in Sweden. What do I keep telling? Oh, I think what happened in Sweden that McDonald's is getting so much attention. McDonald's restaurants close, problems in large parts of the world. Why are they closing? McDonald's restaurateur. Yeah, please go away. Thank you. Let's use Google Translate here. McDonald's restaurant closed after technical glitch. McDonald's had technical problems, several restaurants, and lightning strikes all over the world. No cyber attack, writes McDonald's USA in an email to Aftonbladet. Several McDonald's restaurants have suffered from technical troubles, and it is not possible to buy food or drink. On Friday morning, customers sounded the alarm. I keep telling you guys that McDonald's is the greatest restaurant in the world. There's no restaurant greater than McDonald's. Look how McDonald's gets other countries excited. People get excited about McDonald's. And it doesn't matter if you go to Sweden. You can tell that girl loves McDonald's. It doesn't matter if you go to Sweden. It doesn't matter if you go to France. French people hate Americans. They hate Americans. They despise Americans. You go to France, you start speaking English, they spit on the ground. They hate you. Oh, they hate you. You want to meet people that hate Americans? Go to France. I never understood why French Americans want to go to France. Oh, I want to go visit France. Dude, just go to Louisiana. That's retail France. Why would you want to go to why would you want to pour money into a trip, thousands of dollars into a trip, to see a country where people despise you? But you know what Frenchies love? McDonald's. Even though they hate Americans. McDonald's. Why? The food is that good. McDonald's is that damn good. It's the greatest restaurant in the world, and I will die on this hill. So they had a technical problem, and they had to close down some locations. Okay, that's not really a big deal. So what else is going on with the trends? HV71 Loden was red hot when INO knocked HV71. I don't know what. Is that some kind of hockey thing? Putin is number 3. So Putin is the 3rd most searched noun. Putin is the 3rd most searched subject in Sweden because they're all terrified of Russia. They think they're going to get invaded. That's why they joined NATO. By the way, Sweden has a very robust military industry. It's very independent. Sweden is not like other countries which are dependent on the American military industry to get weapons. Sweden makes a lot of its own military weaponry and technology. So, Conference League, I'm guessing this is soccer. So, yeah, soccer, UEFA, so soccer and politics and McDonald's. McDonald's is the number one thing that is living rent-free in the minds of Sweden. Okay, so what else do we got? Fanny, okay. Germany. Okay, let's check out Germany. Gotta check out Germany, alright. This is all soccer. Why am I not surprised? They are obsessed with soccer over there. Cologne, soccer, soccer. Not even Russia. They don't even give a damn about Russia in Germany. BND. Spies wanted. How to end BND. Recruit young people. What? German intelligence. They smell. EU supply chain law. Macron. Oh, yeah, because the Frenchies have been talking about going to war. The Frenchies have been saying things like, we need to bring back the draft and go to war. And the Germans look at the French and they say, shut your mouth, ja, Schweiner, French Schweiner. If you're going to go to war, it will be Germany leading the way, not you, Untermenschen. All right, so the Germans, they're stuck on soccer. What do we got? Search the UK. Okay. United Kingdom. Let's search this. Champions League. Oh, soccer. Football, mate. It's called football. You fucking wankers. Yankee wankers be calling it fucking soccer, mate. It's actually football. Why do you call it soccer? You're using your foot the whole time. It's what we call it football, you dunce. So soccer, 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 soccer. All right. I love the fact that how to attract women is so low. Dude, it is amazing. It is amazing. I remember back in the day, people would say, you would type in how to, and it was attract a woman. How do you know the first suggestion, that a woman loves you, that a woman is attracted to you? Now they're like, people are fixated more upon, how do I attract birds? How do I attract crows? What do worms eat? I guess people are making worm farms now, because worms are really great if you're maintaining a garden in your backyard, and a lot more people are getting into gardening now. So people are getting into composting, and they're getting into raising their own worms so they can nourish their soils for their plants, their fruits and vegetables and flowers. And so I guess now, because less and less people are getting into relationships, and less people are having sex now. Millennials are the least sexed generation in world history. Now that less and less people are getting married, I guess now more and more people are just focused on how to feed worms and how to attract birds, because they're getting into gardening, and they're also getting into bird watching, obviously. I guess a lot of guys are just going in their backyards and they're saying, see that over there? That's a finch. It's a finch, I tell you. Aren't you interested in... You got some 31-year-old guy saying, it's a finch, like he's living in the Shire in Lord of the Rings. I say, it's a cardinal over there. I see it over there with little red feathers. Ah, yes, a quite beautiful specimen to gaze upon. Yes, I may say so myself. Well, what about going outside and getting some real birds, if you know what I mean, mate? There's some of the ladies in the pub. No, mate, no, I'm more focused on... Oh, look over there. It's a mockingbird. Is it mocking me? I don't know. I think later tonight we'll go out with the boys and have a pint. I think that's what's going on right now. Anyway, what's the next country? India. All right, let's check out India. India, okay. This is fun, guys. I think we should do this every Friday. Oh my God, India. Cricket. Cricket, 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 cricket. This really shows you what people think about. Some actor, Bollywood actor that nobody cares about unless you live in India or you live in Bangladesh. Champions League. Oh my goodness. They don't even care about politics. It's more just about cricket. Cricket, 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 cricket. Okay, so there you go. There's India. All right. You passed over a previous one that said how to attach Christmas lights to a brick. Oh, that's awesome. I love it. Okay, Albania. Let's check out Albania. All right, Albania. Albania is... It's not even on the list. What? I can't get Albania. Real-time search trends. Why can't I find Albania? Why is Albania so insignificant? Albania. Well, this is interesting. Hold on. Albania. Okay, hold on. We're getting somewhere, guys. We're getting somewhere. Albania. No, Albania. No! Albania is not mentioned. Where are you, Albania? There you are. Albania. All right. So what are people searching for in Albania? No, not a search term. I'm looking for a country. Called country in the Balkans. Okay. New search? Or what's going on? I don't even know. What's happening here? Albania. No one cares about Albania. Most searched thing in Albania. Leading Google search queries in Albania. All right, let's check this out. Only necessary. Leave me alone. So these are the most searched things in Albania. Translate. So they want to know how to translate English. Albania. Moti. YouTube. All right, so it's like any other country. I'm not really seeing much here, guys. Hold on. Albania. By Albanians. Okay, is this it? Maybe this will help us. What did Albanians search for on Google in 2023? All right, here we go. Increasingly digitized world, internet, blah, 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 Albanians, Google, blah, blah, blah. 2023 Google searches for Albania have followed a continuous flow of changes and developments. First, about Chat GPT. Other searches include Ryanair, which has been a top search in the past month, considering the entry of a new low-cost flight operator in Albania. Luis Edgley, even after months since the conclusion of the reality show, searches for this year's Big Brother VIP winner continue. Google Translate and the weather. So I guess Albanians are actually pretty normal. Top 25 most searched words in Albania. Translate. They're obsessed with translating things. I don't know if they want to translate things from English or Serbian. Google. Translate Google. Albania. Moti. Gazeta. Tirana. Weather. Euro. Lira. Film. Filma. Football. What's up? Okay, so they're just like anybody else. They're not voting for the KLA. Okay, Japan. Let's check out Japan. Where's Google Trends? Here it is. Where are you? All right. Let's check out Japan. Got the Dave Matthews Band playing. We're having fun. This is good so far. Okay. Somebody asked Theo's British accent. I mean, is it good or what, my accent? It's pretty realistic. That's exactly how UK people talk. I knew a guy who was into bird watching. He would bird watch from his backyard. It was so funny. Somebody asked about... Okay, hold on. Let's see the next country. Brazil? Is Brazil the next country? McDonald's is shite. Wendy's is better. Alright, let's check out Japan, guys. Oh, this is way too loud. Music is too loud. This is all in weird Chinese lettering. So here we go. Shohei Otani, Mamiko Tanaka. Shohei Otani's wife, Mamiko Tanaka. Some are wondering about the sudden retirement. Earthquake with a maximum seismic intensity of less than 5. McDonald's system failure. There you go with McDonald's. Number 4, dungeon food. Amazon is holding a bulk purchase campaign for Kindle books. Okay. Girthy, Germany. Germany is the 11th most searched thing in Japan. So it looks like they want to bring back the old coalition from back in the day. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. That old coalition that everyone talks about. That alliance. That Germano-Pacific alliance that Germany and Japan forged. And that terrified the whole world. Poland. Okay, let's check out Poland. Oh, thank God Poland's on the list. So the most searched thing in Poland is football. Soccer. Zembak Zinski. Oh, Lech Poznan. That's the I play that when I play FIFA, I'll play Lech Poznan. LPP, Liverpool. Bayer. All right, so this nothing unusual here with Poland. It's just soccer. Swedes build their own stuff. Yep. New Zealand. All right, let's check out New Zealand. All right. Bangladesh versus Sri Lanka. Champions League. Mark Coleman. Crusaders versus Hurricanes. So it's cricket. And UFC stuff. All right. Americans have their visiting priorities upside down. Why do they not want to Google for countries to visit where they are liked? Yeah, I think Americans, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Americans go to Poland, I think they'll be fine. I don't think Polish people hate Americans. Jolly. Okay, who cares? Men don't care anymore. It's the truth. I remember back in the day, it was, how do I find a girlfriend? Ooh. And then you have women saying things. Now you have women saying things such as, they don't even ask us out anymore. What's going on? The market has changed and the demand has declined. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't make the rules. It's the market. As Ben Shapiro would say, it's the market. The market has spoken. Ladies, I'm so sorry. The market has spoken. It's capitalism. Sexual capitalism. Why care about women that cry me too? Ted, your India accent is great. I appreciate that. El Salvador. Okay, let's check out El Salvador. They don't even have El Salvador in the list. So stupid. All right, I'm sorry. El Salvador. Apparently they don't care about El Salvador. Let's check out Turkey. Soccer, 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 soccer. Soccer. Soup recipe is the second most searched thing in Turkey. Some actor, a basketball game, soccer, 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 soccer. Opening the Kemal Sunal Museum. Is that about the Armenian genocide or what's going on? Kemal Sunal what is that? What is that? What's going on over there? And what's this museum? Armenian genocide? World War I? Ekrem Imamoglu attended the opening of Kemal Sunal Museum. I bow with respect to the beautiful memories he left us. Mayor Ekrem Imamoglu attended the opening of the Kemal Sunal Museum. Speaking here, we were trying to give. Who the hell is Kemal Sunal? Who is this? Oh, is this a soccer player? Oh, some actor. Looks like this is an actor. Oh, I don't care about this. South Africa? You want me to look up South Africa? Alright, let's look out South Africa. Saudi Arabia. Oh, there's South Africa. Africa. Leipzig. Soccer, soccer, soccer. Liverpool, mate. Liverpool, 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 mate. Manchester, Liverpool. Chuck Schumer is number 6. Yeah, because he told Naughton, you gotta go, buddy. South Africa? Soccer, to be honest, we sucked at it. I stopped searching for soccer a long time ago. Our soccer hooligans, however, make up for that. LMAO. Yeah, the Polish soccer thugs. They're basically walking around. I don't know what they're doing. Screaming at Jewish people. I don't know what their priorities are. Look over there. It's a stork. Is that a seagull or a stork? I don't know. And the women are in the back, acting all pompous, and they're expressing themselves in a way such as, why aren't those men even talking to us? Have they become such brutish bulls that they don't even want to speak to a lady? And the men are there. It's a stork. No, it's a seagull, I tell you, you fucking dunce. Ireland, okay. Let's check out Ireland. Soccer, 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 soccer. That's all everybody cares about. Liverpool, 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 mate. Liverpool, 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 mate. Yeah, 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 Liverpool. That's an English rapper. That's how English rappers sound. Liverpool, mate. Ireland versus Scotland. Yeah, mate. Have the Irish and the Scots fight each other. Divide and conquer, mate. Keep them under the colonial rule. Longshanks. Prima nocta, mate. Circa 2024. Day of our Lord. Year of our Lord. Here we go. Argentina, Argentina, Argentina. It's going to be soccer. Soccer, Liverpool, 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 mate. Liverpool, Liverpool. Soccer, 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 soccer. Bayer, soccer, 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 soccer. Man. Man. Guys, Blink 182 is number 17. Guys, soccer, sports are the greatest way to keep a society distracted. Forget porn. Forget any of that stuff. Straight up. You want to keep a society distracted from whatever shenanigans you're doing behind closed doors? Just give them sports. They don't give a damn. It's all, I mean, you're in the back making weapons deals with Nazis. And meanwhile, everybody else in the masses is going, Liverpool, Liverpool, mate, Liverpool, what's going on, Liverpool? Meanwhile, they're preparing for World War III and they're about to bring back the draft. God help us. Polish soccer hooligans are looking for fight for whatever reason. All reason are good enough. Do they ever stab each other? Vietnam. All right, let's check out Vietnam. It's going to be soccer, 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 soccer. Liverpool, 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 mate. Liverpool. Liverpool, mate. Villarreal, mate. Yup, yup, yup. Inter Miami. Wolverhampton. AC Milan, West Ham. That's how they sound like when they talk. President Vo Van Thuong. Their names are so funny. Vo Van Thuong sent congratulatory cards to citizens. Okay. Inter Miami versus Nashville. They give a shit about Nashville all the way in Vietnam. What's going on over there? Vietnam. Why isn't soccer popular in the U.S.? Because we have the NFL, and the NFL and the NBA dominate sports. Korea. All right, there's 2 Koreas, but there's only one that you can search for. South Korea, mate. Medical school professor resigned. That is the #1 search result in South Korea. Medical school professor resigns. You've got to be kidding me. Professor so-and-so resigned. This must be a big deal. This guy must be very important, whoever resigned here. Professors from 16 medical schools decide to resign. I will do my best to provide medical care even if I submit my resignation. Professors at 16 medical schools across the country decided to submit their resignations after the 25th. On the 15th, the National Medical School Faculty Emergency Response Committee held a second general meeting held from 7 p.m. and as a result, surveyed professors at 20 universities regarding their intention to submit a letter of resignation in the event of a crisis regarding judicial action against residents and medical students pay retention or leave of absence. I don't understand this. I'm sure I could look this up in English. South Korean medical professors. What's going on? What's going on over there? Resignations loom. Why are there so many resignations going on in South Korea? What's happening here? The Korean Herald. What's going on over there? This is serious, guys. What's going on? Health ministers. I mean, listen. If soccer is not the main thing they're thinking about in South Korea, then I'm interested. What are they thinking about? What's going on over there that we don't know about? What's happening? Tell us what we don't know. Health Minister Cho Kyu-hong on Friday made a last-minute appeal for medical professors not to resign en masse in support of a prolonged walkout by junior doctors, as their threat to resign is expected to further disrupt services at major hospitals. More than 90% of the country's 13,000 trainee doctors have walked off the job for nearly 4 weeks. Mike, that's a big deal, guys. In the form of mass resignations to protest the government's decision to increase enrollment at medical schools by 2,000 spots. So they're resigning over that. I don't get it. Why are they resigning over that? So there's 13,000 trainee doctors, and they're mad because the government has made a decision to increase enrollment at medical schools by 2,000. What's the problem? Where's the crime? I don't understand. There's something else going on here that I'm not getting. Labor action has shown signs of escalating as medical school professors threaten to submit resignations. Okay, we got that. Get to the point. This is the problem with the way articles are written nowadays. It's just get to the point. Because you're reading and you just repeat yourself. We get it. They're resigning. Tell us why. The public will find it difficult to understand medical professors participating in collective action by abandoning patients when they should focus on persuading trainee doctors and students to return to hospitals. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what's going on? We will ensure timely treatment for patients in critical. Cho said health. I mean, help me out here. Are there any Koreans in the chat? Help me out here. Hello, Paul. MC ADHD. I mean, many policemen are trying to skip that day. Philippines, yes, they even had axes. And the Polish police, whenever national holidays are coming, especially when we have Polish Independence March, are taking vacations, not just to not deal with them. Oh gosh, hold on. Indonesia. We'll check out Indonesia. Liverpool, mate. Ancient Rome, that's right. Distracted their people with the gladiator games. That's correct. So I just don't understand, why are they resigning? They're mad because some new students are coming? South Korea criticizes senior doctors for threatening to resign to support their juniors' walkouts. Patients' families on edge as more South Korean doctors. All right, guys, I'm not going to sit here and rake my brains over this. Let them. I don't know. I guess they got to eat more kimchi over there. I don't know what's going on. Okay, South Africa, Ireland. We did Ireland already. Vietnam. We just did Korea. Australia. All right, let's check out Australia. All right, let's check out Australia, mate. Europa. There you go. Liverpool. West Ham United, mate. West Ham United. Justin Timberlake is the fourth most searched subject. Fourth most searched, I don't want to say thing, but subject in the internet. McDonald's. West Ham United, mate. West Ham United, mate. Okay, mate. All right, next country. So the Koreans are talking about doctors resigning. I have no idea why. And Taiwan. All right, let's check out Taiwan. Here we go. They're going to be talking about China invading them, right? Hong Shen-han. Okay. Hong Shen-han. Hong Shen-han criticized Han Goyo. Do you want to play or drink? Hey Bing Zhou. All England championships. Tai Ziying stormed back to reverse China's Hey Bai Zhou. Stone Marathon. The Wanqingxi Marathon starts on the 17th, and the landlord Jia Qianhe competed somewhere. Dazen. Okay. Kim Min-kyu. 17. Min-kyu's mobile phone wallpaper has caught. Sho Otani. Han Shaoji. Zhang Hongxi. Yu Fuxi. He Hu Hua, lyricist Ho Hua Hua, passed away from nasopharyngeal cancer. Oh, rest in peace. Hua Jianling, Li Duahi, Li Duahi arrived in Taiwan. A lot of girls, visual photos missing. Zhu Zhangji. I don't know what they're focusing on over there. I have no idea what this is. All right, Indonesia. Check out Indonesia. What are they doing? Ahli Saudi versus Al Nassr. Soccer. Rafael Alun Trizambobo. Still sentenced to 14 years in prison. What was he thrown in prison for? Probably some... Was it embezzlement? What was he put in prison for, this guy? I have no idea who this guy is. Tetop Divones, 14 Tahun, Benjara, Rafael Alun, Bakal, Achuakan Kasasi. The Jakarta High Court judge decided that a former official from the Directorate General of Taxes at the Ministry of Finance, Rafael Alun Trisambodo, was still sentenced to 14 years in prison in connection with a case of gratification and money laundering. There you go. I knew it was money. I knew it was money. I said embezzlement. Close enough. All right, what else do we got? Philippines. We're going to do the Philippines. Let's do Philippines. Philippines. Irish Wish. The freaking... They focus on the Irish more than anybody. Irish Wish. William Shakespeare is the second most searched subject in all of the Philippines. Philippines. What happened to my music? Yes, I'm still listening. The Philippines. William Shakespeare is the second... I'm shocked that it's not soccer. Man, they're more educated than most of the world. They're actually focusing on Shakespeare. William Shakespeare. Yexil Sebastian. Celtics versus the Suns. They're focusing on basketball over there? Sounds like they're just talking in circles. Sounds like they're just mad because they gotta pay more for med school. Probably, yeah. Brazil. Let's check out Brazil. Income tax is the most searched thing in Brazil right now. That means that taxes is coming. Fortaleza. Police say attack on Fortaleza bus was premeditated. What happened with the attack on a bus? What the hell? Policía diz que ataque a ônibus do Fortaleza foi premeditado. Presos eram reincidentes em crimes. Pernambuco civil police confirmed 3 temporary arrests of people suspected of making the bombs thrown at the Fortaleza bus. Pernambuco civil police confirmed that what was previously just a suspicion, the bomb and stone attack on the Fortaleza bus was... So there was a bus attack in Brazil. Oh my gosh. The suspects are temporarily detained initially for 30 days. They are investigated for the following crimes: attempted murder, criminal association, damage to property, provocation of riot. Was this a political crime? They were repeat offenders, of course. They always are. Situation is no longer isolated. All right. Brazil is a very violent country, by the way. It's one of the most violent countries in the world. So what was the motivation? Police did not reveal their identities of the people. 2 people are responsible for organizing the buses, etc., etc. They threw bombs. Okay, got it. So what was their motive? What's the motive? What's the motivation? I swear, I think journalists just write things in an article just for the sake of making the article longer. They just fill up a bunch of stuff. They just use paragraphs as fillers. So the bombs were thrown by people who were dressed in yellow. All right. A soccer player was injured. Athletes had to be taken to a hospital. Man, this is pretty messed up, guys. It's pretty serious. All right, so what else is going on? So what's the next country? Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. Mean less pay, I guess. More jobs. Okay. That makes sense. If I'm not mistaken, and it breaks the South Korean labor laws. Ted's going to annoy his dad by saying, Liverpool, 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 mate, Liverpool, 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 mate, yeah, Liverpool, Liverpool, mate, yeah, mate, get in the bait. We're in the UK, mate, we're in the UK. Don't call it soccer, mate. Don't call it soccer, mate. Call it football, mate. Liverpool, Liverpool, Arsenal, yeah. Chinese American accent is on point. People are really have their priorities, but the list order is unexpected. Iraq. I doubt Iraq is even in the list. Nope. No one gives a shit about Iraq. Sorry. No one cares about the Middle East unless you're Saudi Arabia or Israel. Next country. Whoa. The name of the pilot was Whoa the Fuck. Whoa the fuck. Whoa the fuck. Buffet and restaurant in Chinese must be bow wow meow. Greece. All right, let's check out Greece. It's going to be football. Europa League, UEFA, Dora Pakoyani, Anna Michelle Asimako Polo, Zeta Theodoro Polo, Emmanuel Macron, Lisa Duca Coro. Oh, God, what's going on over there in Greece? Too much grease. Kinds of kindness. Okay, this is bullshit. Greece is bullshit. It's a bullshit country. Next one, please. Russia. Oh, we can't put Russia... Oh, never mind. It's there. It invaded a sovereign nation. Shervint. People's artist of Russia, Alexander Shervint, has died. Elections. So they're more focused on politics over there in Russia. Elections 2024. Ministry of Digital Development estimated the turnout on the federal DG platform. Presidential candidates. Actor Tereshkunov was included in the list of foreign agents. Polling station. Fedor Dobronravov canceled performances for the year ahead. SpaceX Starship. Ross Bank. Liverpool. There's the Liverpool, mate. Liverpool. Macron. Champions League. So then soccer pops up. So politics takes precedent over soccer over there. Iran's not going to be on the list. Iran is not on the list. That's it. They don't give a shit about Iran. Your pronunciation of Indonesian words. Oh, thank you. I've heard Indonesian before. I kind of pick up how they talk. Macedonia. Czech, Poland. I checked Poland. It was all soccer. Literally soccer. They don't even give a shit about Ukraine. Chile. Is Chile in the list? Chile is in the list, mate. Lollapalooza, Chile. Luis Hermosilla. Sergio Munoz. Keys to the case. Jared Leto. Alberto Chang. Arrested in Malta for credit card fraud. We got soccer, Medvedev, soccer, tennis, Limp Bizkit, number 9. This actually isn't surprising because I noticed that Latin Americans are still like 30 years behind when it comes to music. Seriously, if you go to Brazil, Mexico, Chile, any South American country, you will notice that they are still listening to Linkin Park and Creed as if those bands just came out. They're still listening to those bands. Watch any of the music videos or listen to any of the songs that just came out from Evanescence and read the comments. Evanescence is nowhere near as popular as she used to be. She was one of the biggest stars in the early 2000s. I remember back in 2003, she was huge, especially when Daredevil came out. She was humongous. She was a very, very talented musician. I love listening to her music. I still listen to her music. But she just came up. She came up. Her last album came out, I want to say, in 2020. And it's a great album. I think it's one of her best albums. But it wasn't anywhere near as successful as her first album, of course. But read the comments for any of the songs or the music videos coming from that album. You will see comments. Come to Brazil. Come to Brazil. Come to Brazil. Come to Argentina. Come to... Because they love that stuff. They love that early 2000s music. It's still very popular over there. Let's see here. It's called burying the lead in journalism, where you bury the most important part of the story to get a read and click. Oh, that's stupid. They should just put, yeah. Like, okay, whatever. Ukraine. Okay, let's check out Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine has to be in the list. Shervant. Odessa News. Elections in Russia. Elections in Russia. Champions League. So for a country that's being invaded, I mean, they're still thinking about soccer. That's pretty damn... That just shows you the power of sports, which is unbelievable to me. How can grown men playing with balls get so much attention? I just don't get it. Someone help me understand this. Drake Bell, the guy from Drake and Josh, is big in Mexico. I didn't know that. They are stuck in the 90s. Yep, exactly. They're still stuck there. And that's how it is in Latin America. When I was living in Mexico, they were still listening to a lot of music that came out in the 90s and 80s. And I heard, when I moved there, I heard that their society is still, as far as fashion goes, they're still 30 years back. Introductory section of an article, while bury the lead, refers to failing to begin an article with the information a reader would need to know to this. And that's why people hate journalists. That's why people hate journalists. They're just annoying. Hong Kong. All right, is Hong Kong on the list? Hong Kong! I can guarantee you it's not soccer, it's money. Can guarantee you it's all about business and money. Because they're all freaking... I think they got the highest concentrations of millionaires in the world are in Hong Kong. Dah Chong Foods Market has closed all stores. Damn, that sucks. CCL reported 143 points, falling for 3 consecutive weeks and hitting a new low. Is this stock market? Is this stock market stuff? After the Lunar New Year holiday, the property market... There you go, market. I knew it was all money. That's their biggest focus over there in Hong Kong. They love making money. They know how to make money over there. Bok Oi Hospital. Patient's biopsy. A sample was mixed with other people's samples. Damn. That's not good. Han Shoxi is in love with Liu Jinyol. Okay, who cares? Japan earthquake. Sham Shui Po. Private car. They don't even give a shit about sports over there in Hong Kong. You know why they don't care about sports in Hong Kong? You know why? Because they don't give a damn, dude. Do you know what Hong Kong is? Hong Kong is a bunch of nerds who are really good at making money. Nerds don't give a shit about sports. Nerds are not muscle heads. They're not big muscle heads who care about lifting weights and driving fast cars. Those people care about one thing, and that's making money. They don't give a damn about grown men playing with balls. They just want to make money. They're basically the nerds in the library that everybody made fun of, and then those nerds became richer than the bullies that made fun of them. Yep, that's right. I already looked up Brazil. It's all soccer. Czechia, Kazakhstan. You want to check out... Hold on a second. No, it's not about avoiding the draft. It's about labor laws being broken. Oh, I see. It's ironic that the German cult punk rock band Die Toten Hosen is also popular in Argentina, especially in other South American countries. Yeah, South Americans, I mean, they're still listening to Evanescence as if they're still back in 2003. They're still listening to Nickelback in South America. Introductory section, etc., etc. Does that mean in 2054 Mexicans will be searching how to tame a crow? Yeah. Oh, man. Monaco? I mean, come on. Monaco's not going to be on this list. Yeah, Monaco. Come on. No one cares about Monaco. Czech? You mean the Czech Republic? All right. Vaccination against pertussis. Duster. Oh, they don't give a shit about soccer. Well, they do. Soccer's number 4. West Ham United might. Too bad. Epic. Affordable electric car. So it looks like those Czech people, they really care about cars. You know what I got, man? I got myself electric car. Czech people been masters of driving ever since Hussite War, when we defeat Austro-Hungarian Empire with giant oxen and boxes with crossbows. Lucia Billa, Ornella Muti, Dynamo Pardubice, Vladimir Putin, 7 most searched subject in all of Google for Czech Republic. So they don't call it Czech Republic anymore. I remember when I was in elementary school, they called it Czechoslovakia. Remember I had an elementary school when I was, how old was I at the time? I was 10 years old. We had a teacher, she said, Czechoslovakia, it's called Czechoslovakia. Can everybody say that? Or Czechoslovakia? What? Czechoslovakia. So ever since that time, I was calling it Czechoslovakia. And then I had to stop calling it Czechoslovakia in I think it was in 2018 or 2019. And it's because I started doing more videos on Eastern Europe. And I said Czechoslovakia, and I think some Polish person in the comments said, Ted, it's not called Czechoslovakia anymore. It's called the Czech Republic. So now they're giving it a different... Can these people make up their damn minds? What do you want to call your country? Pretty soon it's not going to be Czechia. What's it called? Czechia? Czechia? What are they going to call it next? Chechnya? We are Chechnya number 2. We fight Russian just like Chechnya in 1990s. Hussite Holy War is coming back, everybody. Be very, very afraid. Prague University terrorism is on its way back. You know how brutal the Hussites were? Have you guys ever read about the Hussite War? This music is way too loud. Hold up. Have you guys ever read about the Hussite Wars? It is viciously brutal. I think if they had the filming technology that we have now in the Hussite Wars, you would be seeing videos on Twitter of people just getting beheaded. The most brutal thing that I ever read about from the Hussite War was at the beginning of the war, when the Hussites, first the Bohemians, as they were called, revolted. They took a group of Catholic, I think they were scholars or academics, and they didn't just behead them. This is what they did. This is so viciously evil. They took 5 Catholics. I forgot what their positions were. I think they were professors. And one of the Hussites gave a knife. One of the Hussites held up a knife. And he said, which one of you is going to behead the other one? If you don't behead your friends, then we're going to behead you anyway. So which one of you is... No. What was it? It wasn't that. It was, which one of you guys is going to behead your friend? And I guess it was, if you beheaded your friend, you would survive. I think it was something like that. And there was a guy who actually complied with it. He took the knife and he beheaded the guy next to him just to save his own skin. I remember reading about this stuff. I said, this was back in the, 1300s, 1400s. They need to make a movie about the Hussite Wars, and I really mean they need to make it in the style of those films that were made in the 1960s. Those old Eastern European films that were made in the 1960s. They were and they were made in black and white, I remember. But they looked so good. Like that film, what's it called? Andrei Rublev. The film on Andrei Rublev by Tarkovsky, or Stalker. Remember the film Stalker by Tarkovsky? Or, even better, make a film in the style of Elim Klimov about the Hussite War and give it that grim gray color. Make it somewhat crisp, but grim at the same time. So just to convey that harrowing feeling to the audience, just to let the audience know that what they are watching is a nightmare. Make the texture of the film correspond to the nightmarish content that the film is presenting, and make a film on the Hussite War. Oh my God, that would be so terrifying. I would be, yeah. So what they did is they took 5 guys and they said, okay, you want to save your life? Behead the guy next to you. And they would get enjoyment from that. They would get enjoyment from watching a guy behead another guy. It was so demonic, everybody. Demonic. And you know, it's, I had a teacher who was ethnically Czech. Let me tell you guys something. I had a lot of bad teachers growing up. The worst teacher I actually ever dealt with was an ethnically Czech teacher. He was a monster. I hated this guy. Oh, he was a monster. He was evil. He was in the state of Texas, there is a large ethnic Czech population. And this guy was he was a member of that population, and he was just a monster. Oh, he was a monster. He's just an evil teacher. One day I'll sit down in this live stream and tell you guys about him. But anyway, he was actually worse than the Mexican Jews that I dealt with. What other countries do you want me to look up here? Time for beer. Hold on. I want to give you guys a lecture on Pan-Europeanism, and I want to do so sober. Sports is big in Hong Kong. It's just their sports team mostly suck. Oh, they suck because they're nerds. How ironic. They jocks bully the needs in high school, the nerds, and only to end up working for them. Yep. Mongolia? I doubt Mongolia is even mentioned. Dude, do they even have internet in Mongolia? Aren't they still living in tents and they're drinking horse milk over there? How dare you say that about Mongolia? We have technology. We use fax machines now. What's wrong with horse milk? It's like when, remember Sonnen? Remember, what was the name of that fighter who fought in the UFC? Sonnen. Chael Sonnen. Remember Chael Sonnen? He went to Brazil. He went to Brazil. No. Before he went to Brazil, he said, I remember when I was a young man, and me and my friends would get together, and we would talk about the future, and we would talk about innovations for the future, and then we would look at Brazilian kids, and they weren't even talking about future innovations. And then he said something like, do they even have computers in Brazil? He said something to the likes of that. And that angered all of Brazil. And all the Brazilians were saying, I have a computer. What are you talking? How do Brazilians talk? What's you talking about? How do Brazilians talk? Here in Brazil, we have computers. What are you talking about, Chael Sonnen? Chael Sonnen? We have computers. And then Chael Sonnen, in just absolute trolling mastery, said, how am I supposed to know how many Brazilians own a computer? I think Chael Sonnen was way better at trolling than Conor McGregor. Czech language is for fun and giggles in Poland. I've actually heard the Czech language. It sounds kind of like from my impression of the Czech language is that it sounds like a mixture between Polish and Serbian. There's a slight. It sounds very, to me at least, it sounds similar to Polish, mainly similar to Polish. But there is a from my in the perspective of my own ears, it sounds. It sounds somewhat as if it has a Serbian inflection, a slight Serbian inflection. That's my opinion. Austria. Okay, Vatican City. Nigeria. We're getting Nigeria here. Okay, let's check out Nigeria. Oh, I'm shocked they have Nigeria on there. Obedience is number one. Obedience number one principle learned from... I'm sounding like an Indian guy. Obedience. Number one principle for an African man. Oba Ola Kulehin. Next in line to become Olubaden. And then, of course, soccer is number 2. Soccer, number 3. Soccer, number 4. Soccer, number 5. Starlink, number 5. What's going on? USPS tracking. Oh, I guess the Nigerian said, we finally can track our own packages. We have been telling these bastards for years we want to be able to track what our deliveries are. Marmata Banjari, some Indian guys, number 8. Leipzig, FA Cup fixtures. Okay. So, nothing special about Nigeria. Adidas, Vatican City. I doubt Vatican City's on this list. Come on. I would actually be terrified. I would be slightly nervous to look up what are their main searches in Vatican City. Could you we need to push Google to put Vatican City on the list of for Google Trends. We need to push Google to do this. We need to. We need to know what are they searching over there in Vatican City. We all know what they're searching. I don't want to say it, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm going to say, right? Or you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm implying here. You know the implication. What's the implication here, guys? We all know what they're searching in Vatican City. I'm wondering if Google Trends proposed the idea of adding Vatican City to the list for Google Trends. And I'm imagining the response. Vatican City said, Mamma mia, could you imagine if they put us on Google Trends? They're going to know everything we're searching. Mamma mia, mamma mia. That's what was going on. We would look up what their main searches are in Vatican City, and then we'll say, oh my god, it's true. The media wasn't lying. It's not an exaggeration. They really are all pedos. All right, what's the next one? Liechtenstein? Come on, dude. You know Belgium. Let's see, Belgium. All right. Some guy named Alain Souchon is number 1. Euro Millions. Here are the results of the Euro Millions draw jackpot. 130 million money. Conference. Liverpool number 4. Milan number 5. So looks like money is number 1. Money takes precedent over sports in Belgium. Okay, Liechtenstein. Come on. You know very well Liechtenstein is not going to be on this list. You know that, right? There's no, let's say here, A, B, C, D, H, I, J, K, M, N. Yeah, there's no Liechtenstein here. Yeah, forget about it. Austria. We all know who's number 1, right? It's Hitler, right? Hitler's number 1. Soccer. Of course. Soccer. Okay. How times change. Who invented Czech language? Drunk Polish guy. The Czech language. Let's see here. Theo, if you are going to become Orthodox, etc. Okay. What can I say? Eastern European movies about history are great stuff for Halloween. Come and see, man. That's a masterpiece. Was the Czech teacher atheist? I think Czech has the highest. I don't think he was very Christian. But he was just evil. He was just the evilest teacher I've ever had. I hated him. I really despise that guy. One day I'll sit down with you guys and tell you the whole story. If I'm drunk enough. George St. Pierre is my favorite MMA fighter. Chael Sonnen is the original Conor McGregor. Yeah, that's true. But I think Chael Sonnen was a better troll than Conor. I think Conor was more marketable in terms of his aesthetics and the way he presented himself. Crazy Irishman with a beard, covered in tattoos. Looked like some ancient heathen from the 13th Warrior. Very marketable. Morocco. I doubt Morocco is in the list. Morocco is not on the list. Nobody cares about Morocco. Let's see here. Theo, are you Orthodox? No. I'm a man in search of a mission. Vatican City searches for Miss and Mr. of the current year. Miss and Mr. What? I got a coworker and he says there's some soccer finals going on in Europe right now. I see. Mexico? What are they searching for in Mexico? Why can't I get the damn thing? Oh, soccer, soccer, soccer. Now, there is a way in Google Trends. I forgot how to do this. I'm going to see if we can do this. There's a way in Google Trends where you could type in a word, and then you can see which countries are searching for that word the most. Now, that would be an interesting experiment. That would be an interesting thing to observe. Let's try to do that. Zana in the background. Oh, yeah. Switzerland. Come on, dude. You're giving me these lame-ass countries. Switzerland. Nobody cares about freaking Switzerland. Europe. What do you think? Soccer, 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 soccer. There was a bomb threat in the airport. Soccer, 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 soccer. Egypt. It's going to be soccer. Soccer, 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 soccer. Yeah, I knew it. Soccer. Chuck Schumer. Soccer, 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 soccer. All right, that's enough of that, guys. Senegal? Oh, Senegal is not on the list, my friend. There's no Senegal. Nobody cares about Senegal. Nobody cares. See? Nobody cares. All right, guys. So, we've been having fun for 3 hours. So, let's have a lecture. Okay? So, I come here to give you guys a lecture. I come here, guys, to give a lecture, guys. All right, here we go. All right, so what are we going to talk about? So last night I spent a few hours researching, preparing for this lecture. I want to talk to you guys about Pan-Europeanism in the context of not in the context of, but in light of Nazi history. So the present day Pan-Europeanist movement in light of Nazi history. That's what I want to talk to you guys about. Pan-Europeanism. So I took a lot of notes. I'm going to eventually, probably tomorrow, I will write these notes down for my blog so that people can read them. But for now, I'm just going to do a video based on my notes here. And these notes are based on 2 books. The Third Reich by Michael Burleigh, which I am currently reading. I am on page 477, I believe. And this book, which I read a number of years ago, And the Weak Suffer What They Must by Yanis Varoufakis. Yanis Varoufakis' book here, I would say this is his best book. In my opinion, I read Adults in the Room, which was a very informative read, but I really prefer this one because really in this book, Yanis gets more into the threat of Nazism actually reviving itself. I think he does get into it in Adults in the Room, if I remember correctly. But anyway, so right now, the Europeans have been talking a lot about Pan-Europeanism. They've been talking a lot about establishing a Pan-European defense force, talking about not just establishing a defense force, but also establishing more independence from American power. So at first, I want to begin this lecture by showing you guys an article here. My mouse is a little bit slow. This mouse, these damn mice from Apple. My goodness. I need to get myself a mouse that can actually take a little bit of dust. This thing gets a little bit of dust, doesn't want to move. So this is a story. This came out recently, published on March 8th, which was recent. Goodness gracious. Right when I want to give my talk, this mouse starts acting up. I mean, really. All right. So it's talking about European. So it says here the European charts its own path. The European Union charts its own path for European rearmament. Now, this reminds me of something that happened in history. It reminds me very much so of what was going on in the years prior to World War I. What was going on before World War I was that you had a giant arms race. And England and Russia and Germany, they were all working, Turkey, the Ottoman Empire to be more specific, they were all working to build up their militaries. And why were they working to build up their militaries? It's very obvious. Because they were preparing for a war. They were all preparing for a war. And they all knew this. But they were acting in the face of the public as if nothing was going on. Everything was just as usual. Everything was just business as usual, right? Nothing special was taking place. But behind the curtains, people were preparing for war. And that's what you see going on right now. And that's why the European Union has been seriously discussing more and more every year about not only forming a robust military force, which would be led by Germany, of course, to lead foreign policy, not just defense, but also foreign policy, but also a lot of discussion on getting the European Union to be more and more independent of American power. So the United States is the empire of the world. The United States is it's the Roman Empire of our time, and English is the lingua franca of our time. So you have this empire called America, and the world is, for the most part, with the exception of a few countries, Russia, China, etc., are dependent on the United States. The Germans want to change this, and that's why you see, for example, a number of years ago, Angela Merkel saying that the days of us really trusting the Anglo-Americans, really trusting, not the Anglo-Americans, but the Americans and the British, are pretty much over. Europe needs to grab a hold of its own destiny and direct its own destiny. And you see people like Ursula von der Leyen saying similar rhetoric. I would say the most extreme rhetoric that I've ever seen came from Jean-Claude Juncker back in 2019 when he said that Europe must eventually replace the United States. He said that in a talk that was given to, I believe, some officials in Belgium. Regardless, the fact that he would say that eventually Europe has to replace the United States really indicates how the language has been increasingly intensifying as the years go by. So anyway, for some reason, the music decided to go off. I don't know why. Again, I start talking and everyone starts acting up. Oh, yeah, that's why. The playlist is all right. Let me change the playlist a little bit here, guys. Hold up. Why is this mouse all of a sudden acting up? Oh, my God. I don't want to make the music too loud. But anyway, going back to the article here. Oh, goodness gracious. This mouse. It is just a pain in the ass. Here we go. So the article talks about the European Union charting its own path for European rearmament. And it says here, and I'm not going to read the entire article, I'm only just going to read some parts that I found to be the most relevant to our talk here. And it says here that the European Union has rolled out its first ever defense industrial strategy, aiming at boosting the competitiveness and readiness of the European defense industrial and technological base. While the strategic while the strategy is the first document entirely dedicated to the defense industry, it is the latest of a series of strategies and agendas to both rationalize and incentivize European Union member states' collective efforts in defense and to raise the European Union's profile as a credible security and defense player. So in other words, America is not going to be the only military machine in the world, the only major military machine in the world. The EU needs to rise. The EU needs to project its strength onto the rest of the world. The EU needs to be capable of not only defending itself, but also capable of actually going to war, capable of even being on the offensive, capable of actually dictating foreign policy in other countries. This is really what has been lingering about in much of the political discourse within the European Union. Everyone's talking about Liverpool and West Ham United and soccer and this and that. That's all just a big distraction. What's going on behind the curtains? If you actually take the time to read the news and search things on the news, you will see what's been talked about, what's been actually discussed on within political circles, and you will see that a big topic in Europe, as far as political discussion goes, is increasing the military capacity in Europe. And this is why, for example, you will see a story such as Germany, Poland, and the Netherlands agreeing to form a military Schengen so that Polish soldiers can move into Germany or the Netherlands, and they can transport military munitions and supplies and technology into those other two countries, and vice versa. Netherlands and Germany can move their soldiers and supplies and munitions into Poland, and the Germans can, the Dutch can do the same thing. And that's why the Germans for years have been talking about military integration. That's a big topic now. And they have actually taken steps to do this. This is not just something that's lying on paper, everyone. This has actually been done. Just recently, the Dutch have integrated virtually their entire military into the German armed forces. And I am shocked that this is not a big story. I'm just shocked that this is not a big story. I'm shocked. What's going on? What the hell is going on? And this is something that is to the likes of what the Germans were aspiring to. The Germans wanted the same thing. The German Nazis, I should be more specific, were working to integrate the militaries of Europe into the military force of the Reich. And that is why they had all these Waffen-SS divisions. They had the Waffen-SS unit called Germania, the SS Germania, into which they would put Germanic European fighters, soldiers from Denmark, from the Netherlands, people who are Germanic ethnically speaking. This is why they had an SS Charlemagne. This was a French Nazi unit. This is why they had the Scimitar division for Albanian Muslims. This is why they had the Hanzar division for Bosnians. This is why they incorporated the Ustasha into the SS, the Croatian fighters into the SS. This is why they had the SS Galician or the Nachtigall, these who were Ukrainian fighters, into the SS. This is why they were incorporating people from the OUN into the SS. The Germans were working on serious military integration and the reason is very simple. The Germans could not do it alone. The Germans were not able to take over massive amounts of territory alone. They were not able to maintain territory alone. They needed the help of auxiliary forces. They needed manpower. The same thing goes for today. The Germans are talking about military integration with other Europeans. Why? Because they have no choice. The Germans can't do this alone. The Germans are not going to be able to have a massive military force just by themselves. They are going to need the help of their fellow Europeans, of their neighbors. That's the bottom line. So this is why they're talking about military integration, and they're talking about creating a pan-European military force. So let's go on with this article here. So it says here, this new non-binding strategy signals a leap forward in the European Union's ambition to become ready for war in unpredictable times for the continent, with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and increasing doubts, and this is probably the most important part in this paragraph, increasing doubts about sustainability of the U.S. commitment to Europe's security. And this is why there's so much discussion on Donald Trump and what Donald Trump has been saying about NATO, and what Donald Trump has been saying in regards to what he would do foreign policy-wise if he were to be president again. And his rhetoric has been nothing but cause for consternation amongst the Europeans. The Europeans are very concerned because Donald Trump basically said, hey, if Russia invades you, you deserve it. I'm not going to care. Who cares? And you know that meme where, well, I won't say it. It's kind of a dirty joke, so I'm not going to go there. But this is one of the points of rhetoric that keeps getting referenced to justify and to motivate Europeans to accelerate their arms industry, to build up and to strengthen their arms industry. And this has been going on for a while. I mean, the same sort of thing was happening before Trump won the first time. He was talking about how he was against NATO, et cetera, and then when Trump got elected, when he got elected in 2016, he didn't really speak in a very he didn't speak in a way that is he didn't speak in a way that people are used to. He didn't speak in a way that that we're accustomed to hearing when it comes to the American empire. He wasn't talking about defending Europe. He wasn't talking about any of that stuff. He was talking about America not doing so much of the work and letting other countries handle the work of foreign policy. So that's why, for example, he said, forget Syria, who cares, let someone else take care of it. What was he talking about at that point? He was talking about Turkey running Syria, and that's why the Trump administration was talking to Turkey about a roadmap for Syria, and this is why the Americans allowed Syria to go into northern Syria. They allowed Turkey to go into northern Syria. And under the Trump administration, there was more of a focus on China when it came to foreign policy. So the Americans are more and more focusing on China as opposed to Europe. So with this in mind, the Germans have been working on building up their military and working on military integration with other Europeans. And this is why, for example, you see the Germans talking about being more independent as far as building up their own military weapons, building up their own military technology, and boosting up their military industry. And it says here, okay, nevertheless, as shown by the European Union's robust response to the war in Ukraine, there might be more than meets the eye in the new strategy, and perhaps more importantly, with heightened fears over an isolationist future administration in Washington and a dysfunctional NATO, the European Union's efforts may represent the best opportunity for Europeans to shoulder their fair share of the transatlantic security responsibilities, etc., etc. And there's a part here that I found very interesting, and it was about Europeans wanting, basically saying that the EU wants its members to start to purchase more European military technology, to the point where they are going to have to it's to the point where almost half of their purchases for military equipment is going to have to be European. So it says here, the documents set out, so this is very interesting. So it says here, the documents set out ambitious targets. So it says here, okay, the baseline of the strategy is for Europeans to spend more, better, together, and Europeans. So basically, we got to be more focused on Europa. We have to be more focused on buying European military technology and weaponry, not American. See, and this is very significant, because one of the things that America does to keep itself in in the prime position, to keep itself in the highest position, is making very, very good military technology and getting other countries to buy it. And that maintains America's empire over those countries. It maintains America's role in those countries' defense. But if those countries are buying European weapons, if they're buying German military technology, if they're buying German tanks, or if they're buying Swedish military technology, and Sweden does have a very robust military industry, then Europe is not going to be so dependent on the Americans. And what this will do is it's going to make more and more of an independent European bloc. So the EU, or much of Europe, will be its own block of power. And the question is, who's going to lead that block of power? It's going to be Germany. That's just the bottom line. Germany is the highest country when it comes to economics. It is the highest country. It's the most powerful country when it comes to industry and when it comes to finance. It's a huge export nation. It has one of the biggest economies on earth. If any country is going to lead the EU or lead Europe, it's going to be Germany. So what happens if America is not so much involved in European matters? Then Germany will take the lead. Germany will be at the helm leading Europe. And this is why, for example, a number of years ago, Olaf Scholz said that Germany needs to be the number one country when it comes to the defense of Europe. Germany needs to be the leading defender of the European continent. What does that mean? It means that, it means make Germany great again. It means make Germany's military powerful again. We're talking about the revival of German military power. This is very, very significant given the fact that we had literally 2 world wars over this problem. And here we are making the same damn mistake again. It's like, we had 2 world wars over this. Let's not make the same mistake again, but here we are making the same mistake again. Why? Because Russia bad. That's what it comes down to. So it says here, as such, EU institutions are underlining that the increase in defense spending witnessed since the start of the war in Ukraine is not sufficient if it does not address structural issues of capability gaps on critical enablers, fragmentation, and dependence on non-EU providers, which means America. 78% of purchases since February 2022, out of which 80% is from the United States. So 78% of purchases that European countries make of military technology come from countries that are not European. 80% of those purchases are from the United States. So really, this is American power maintaining itself, and this is European countries being dependent on American military technology. This is how America maintains the dependence that other countries have on America. The documents set out ambitious targets by 2030. Now, this is very significant. By 2030, member states are expected to devote half of their procurement budget to purchases from the EDTIB. And EDTIB is, if you go back up here, it is European Defense Industrial and Technological Base. So purchases from the EDTIB to procure at least 40% of their equipment in a collaborative manner. So basically they're saying, listen, 14% of your equipment needs to be European by 2030. By 2030, you're going to be having to get 40% of your military purchases from European companies. So the Europeans are seriously, really pursuing forming their own block of military power. And who's going to lead this? It's going to be Deutschland. Deutschland, über alles. Deutschland, ober der Welt. And to raise the value of intra-EU defense trade to 35% of the overall value of the EU defense market. So there you go. So they want to make it to the point where almost half of the equipment that EU countries will get will be from Europe. So let's make some comparisons between now and Nazi Germany. This is a very, very interesting topic for me. Okay, so first one here. Look at my notes here. So today there is a phenomena of Pan-Europeanism. There's a lot of talk about collectivizing Europe's defense. And of course, the Germans want to be the head of this collective defense within this Pan-European defense force, military force. And my contention is that we can see parallels between what the Europeans are doing now and what the Nazis, to an extent, were doing and what they were aspiring for. The Nazis were aspiring for a pan-European force, and not only that, but they were aspiring to create a pan-European bloc that would have no passports, that would have free travel from within it, no borders between European countries, and this aspired pan-European bloc would have a collective defense force led by Germany. And this is one of the things that the Nazis, some Nazi thinkers, aspired for. And this was the dream that they had for the post-war world. And it's very ironic because, interestingly enough, what they wanted sort of happened because the Germans got the EU. So in a way, the Americans were giving and taking. They were saying, okay, Germany, you want to lead Europe economically. We're going to help you with that. You're going to be allowed to lead Europe industrially as well. So you're going to be the financial/industrial powerhouse of Europe. So in a way, the Germans kind of got what they wanted. The only problem is that the Germans got their military oomph taken away from them. They got their military strength taken away from them, and they were forced to be dependent on the Americans. And this has been the case ever since the end of the war. But this is gradually changing, and the rhetoric has been gradually changing. And there is a very interesting quote that I want to show you guys. This is from Yanis Varoufakis. But before I state the quote, I want to present to you another observation that I have made. The fact that the Nazis wanted a pan-European bloc leads us to the question. The idea of a pan-European bloc does not prevent the revival of a Third Reich, or the revival of Nazi Germany, or the revival of something akin to Nazism. Because one of the ideas behind the European Union was so that World War II would not happen again, was so that an inter-European war, that peace could be maintained and sustained within Europe by simply uniting the Europeans under a single currency. But the fact that the Nazis wanted more or less the same thing tells us that an EU bloc actually is not a guaranteed prevention for a world war. It's not a guaranteed prevention against a revival of something akin to Nazi Germany. And I want to present to you guys a quote from Yanis Varoufakis. He wrote this in his book, "And the weak suffer what they must." This is from his book. And Yanis Varoufakis said, "A united Europe based on free trade, capital movements, common labor laws, and a single currency is unfortunately as compatible with a Nazi agenda as it is with a progressive, humanist, internationalist one." So even if you have a united European bloc, it does not prevent the revival of a Reich or a German despotism. And I want to show you guys two quotes. The first quote is from Arthur Seyss-Inquart, and he was an Austrian Nazi who signed the Anschluss, basically agreeing for Austria to become one with Germany and thereby reviving the Reich. And this was the quote from Arthur Seyss-Inquart. He says, "Above and beyond the concept of the nation state, the idea of a new community will transform the living space, Lebensraum, given us all by history into a new spiritual realm. the new Europe of solidarity and cooperation among all its peoples, a Europe without unemployment, without monetary crisis, will find an assured foundation and rapidly increasing prosperity once national economic barriers are removed. In other words, a Europe under a single currency. So the Nazis were already thinking of this idea of Pan-Europa. They were thinking of this idea of a Pan-European bloc that would be united by one currency, united economically. The second quote is from Joseph Goebbels. Everyone has heard of Joseph Goebbels, and he said this back in 1940. He said, "The people of Europe understand increasingly that the great issues dividing us, when compared with those which will emerge and will be resolved between continents, are nothing but trivial family feuds. I am convinced that in 50 years, Europeans will not be thinking in terms of separate countries." So Goebbels was talking about unifying all the Europeans. Now, I have heard the argument, and this argument I heard from the historian Michael Burleigh, that yes, while the Nazis did speak of a Pan-Europa or a Pan-European bloc, they didn't really speak in such a way in the sense that they really loved the idea of European unity. They only spoke in such a way because they had the idea of a European Reich that would be led by Germany. In other words, the Germans were only focusing on their own power, and they only spoke of Pan-Europeanism to their advantage. It was, in other words, to unite all Europeans under Germany, and this rhetoric was spoken only with the intention of German power. And so therefore, Burleigh makes the argument that we should not make any sort of parallels between what the Nazi Germans were aspiring to and the European Union today. Now, this is my response to such an argument. I would concede, and I would say that I agree with Mr. Burleigh that the EU today and the Third Reich they're worlds apart from each other, obviously. I mean, there's no concentration camps in Europe, at least not yet. And I would also say that, yes, it is true that when the German Nazis were speaking of Pan-Europeanism, they were only speaking in such a way with the intention of German power. But who is to say that the Germans do not have the same mindset today? Who is to say that the Germans today want to maintain Pan-Europa for their own industrial or economic power? I believe that the Germans want to maintain Pan-Europeanism for the sake of being number one in Europe, because it helps Germany. What I will also say is that while the EU is a world apart from the Third Reich right now, who is to say that the EU cannot transform into something akin to the Third Reich? And this is why it's very dangerous to think that just because we have the EU, that it cannot metamorphose into something that is diabolical and sinister. It can definitely do that. And this is what Yanis Varoufakis is trying to warn about, that do not think that just because you have the EU that the Third Reich cannot be revived. Now, I want to show you guys some more quotes from Nazi and fascist thinkers. This is from several quotes here from Italian and German and other European thinkers who were in alliance with the Nazis or who were Nazis themselves. This one is from Hans Frohen, or Frohwein. Hans Frohwein made this statement in June of 1943 to the Foreign Ministry's Europe Committee, entitled Basic Elements of a Plan for a New Europe. So the Germans were talking about a new European order. The Nazis were. They spoke a lot about establishing a new order, and this sort of rhetoric was quite prominent in the years 1940 and 1941. They talked a lot about establishing a new order, and the idea of a new order was basically establishing something like the EU, which would be a power block of European countries led by Germany and united economically. And it was fairly simple, the idea, nothing really complicated. The parallel between that idea and what we see now is not too far apart. So Hans Frohwein said this: the solution to economic problems with the eventual object of a European customs union and a free European market, a European clearing system, and a stable exchange rates in Europe, looking towards a European currency union. So Hans Frohwein was talking about establishing something like the European Union, and this was back in 1943. The next quote comes from Alberto De Stefani. Alberto De Stefani was Mussolini's first finance minister. And this statement comes from 1941. And he said, quote, "The results of excessive nationalism and territorial dismemberment are within the experience of all. There is only hope for peace by means of a process which, on the one hand, respects the inalienable fundamental patrimony of every nation, but on the other, moderates these and subordinates them to a continental policy. A European Union," this is from Alberto De Stefani, Italian fascist, "a European Union could not be subject to the variations of internal policy that are characteristic of liberal regimes." So already they were talking about a European Union, and this was back in 1941. The next quote comes from Camillo Pelisi. Camillo Pelisi was the editor of Civilitia Fascista, and he wrote an article entitled "The Idea of Europe." And he wrote this in September of 1943, and he said, quote, "A new Europe, that is the point, and that is the task before us. It does not mean that Italians and Germans and all the other nations of the European family are to change their spots and become unrecognizable to themselves or to one another. From one day or 1 year to the next, it will be a new Europe because of the new inspiration and determining principle that will spring up among all these peoples. The problem of the hierarchy of states will no longer arise, at least in its usual form. Once we have cut off the dragon's head, that is, the notion of state sovereignty. Moreover, this does not have to be done outright, but can be achieved indirectly, e.g. by creating interstate European bodies to look after certain common interests, exchange rates, communications, foreign trade." So you can see here this quote from this Italian fascist scholar, Camillo Pelisi. He is saying that we need to have a European Union, and he goes so far as to say that the idea of sovereignty should be dissipated. Now, that's never going to happen, and the idea of sovereignty is always going to be there. It's there right now. I mean, this is the reason why there are tensions between Germany and Poland, because the Polish people and the Polish government are trying to maintain their own sovereignty and observe and follow their own interests. And this is why Poland has not really fallen for the idea of absorbing excessive or an influx of migrants. This is the reason why Poland has been spending more than any other European country on its military defense and on its military apparatus. This is the reason why there is a struggle between the European Union and really between the Germans and the Poles over morals, over morality. The Poles say we don't want abortion. The Poles say we don't want homosexuality in our country. And the EU says, well, you can't do that. You are discriminating against women, and you're discriminating against sexual minorities and all this talk. So the pursuit of sovereignty is still there. And as long as that pursuit of sovereignty is there, and it's impossible to get rid of, it's only natural to want sovereignty. As long as it's there, you're never going to have this idea of nations being entirely equal with no sovereignty. Even in the United States, there is a degree of sovereignty in the states. I mean, we are called the United States, not the United State. It's the states. And back in the day, they used to never say the United States. They used to say these United States. Because to a great extent, the American federalist system does consist of little countries. In a way, we are 50 little countries. Each state in America has its own Congress, its own constitution, it has its own Supreme Court. It is really quite remarkable what America has accomplished in uniting these states, even regardless of the fact that there was a massive civil war between the American states, between the Confederacy and the Union. America has accomplished unity in a way that that rivals other countries in history. It's really quite remarkable. Next quote is from Cecile von Renthe-Fink. Cecile von Renthe-Fink was a Nazi diplomat holding the rank of Minister of State. And he made this statement in, I believe, 1943. And he said, a following quote comes from a well-received, at the time, policy document that recommended the need to put forward, so he didn't, so this is from Varoufakis, but there was a document written by Fink in which he recommended the need to, quote, put forward a European confederal solution based on free cooperation among independent nations, culminating into uniting Europe on a federal basis. To see this federation process through, all that is required of European states is that they be loyal, pro-European members of the community and cooperate willingly in its task. The object of European cooperation being to promote peace, security, and welfare for all of its peoples. It sounds like rhetoric that you hear coming out of the EU today. It really goes to show that just because you have an EU does not mean that a Third Reich cannot be revived. The next quote is from a figure that everyone has heard of to some extent, Vidkun Quisling. I mean, we've all heard the term Quisling, right? The word Quisling means traitor. But where does that word come from? It comes from Vidkun Quisling, who was a Norwegian military expert, and he was also an official, and he was a devout Nazi. And Quisling betrayed his country of Norway. He gave information on I believe the air bases to the Nazis, and that helped the Nazis, logistically speaking, when they invaded Norway. And then Quisling was given a prominent position of power by the Nazis, although he didn't last too long. He was eventually replaced. And Quisling, the name Quisling became synonymous with being a traitor. So that Quisling, that traitor. And that's why, because he betrayed his nation of Norway. So Quisling said, we must create a Europe that does not squander its blood and strength on internecine conflict, but forms a compact unity. In this way, it will become richer, stronger, and more civilized, and will recover its old place in the world. National tensions and petty jealousies will lose their meaning in a Europe freely organized on a federal basis. World political development consists inevitably in the formation of larger political and economic spheres. And here's another quote from someone that we have all heard of. Here's a quote from Adolf Hitler. This is what Hitler had to say. He said, "It is not very intelligent to imagine that in such a crowded house like that of Europe, a community of peoples can maintain different legal systems and different concepts of law for long." In other words, a European Union. And then Joseph Goebbels said, "In my view, a nation's conception of its own freedom must be harmonized with present-day facts and simple questions of efficiency and purpose. Our only requirement of European states is that they be sincere and enthusiastic members of Europe." So there you go. Major Nazi figures, including Hitler, were already talking about a united Europe under Germany. And what do we have today? We have a united Europe that is dominated by Germany. Not much. I mean, a lot has changed, don't get me wrong. But as far as the idea of a structure of a united Europe, what the Nazis wanted is to a certain extent here. All that is required is for the EU to turn fascist or to turn extremely despotic. And I'm not talking about, oh, well, they're arresting protesters. I mean despotic to the point where they're making death camps and they're forming a serious military power, which is what the EU wants to do. Really, ultimately, this is what Germany wants, and the French also want it as well. But then the question comes, how long are the French going to maintain a serious friendship or a serious alliance with the Germans? Are the French always going to be on the good side of Germany? Let's not forget, half of France was a pro-Nazi state at one point in time. All of, I believe, southern France was controlled by the Vichy regime, which was a pro-Nazi, far-right, regime. And it was very racist. It was very anti-Semitic. And there are some aspects of Vichy France that I find to be quite reminiscent to some of the things that we see today in France. So, for example, Vichy France was far right. It was racist, but was it exactly like the Nazis? Was the ideology of the Vichy exactly like the Nazis? No, it wasn't. It wasn't entirely the same. Vichy fascist, Vichy far rightist were more like some of the far right trads that you see in France today. They weren't Nazis. A lot of them were not Nazis to the point where they wanted to do experiments on people. That was more of a German thing, because the German Nazis, they were more into scientism. They were more into Darwinism. Whereas the French fascists, not all of them, but a lot of them were into Catholic traditionalism, and they had this aspiration of reviving the Middle Ages, going back to, they had more of a medievalist point of view, and they had this idea that they were going to go back in time to some sort of golden era that they had idealized. And this is the reason why you had something called the SS Charlemagne, which was a big division of French Nazis. Thousands of Frenchmen joined the SS Charlemagne, and even at the end of the war, even not at the end of the war, but even right before the end of the war, where it became obvious to most people that Germany was going to be the loser, still thousands of Frenchmen joined the SS because they truly, truly believed in their hearts that they were fighting for a noble cause. They really believed that they were fighting in a crusade against Bolshevism. And that was the sort of propaganda that was utilized in France, that was lingering about in France. It was that they were fighting in a crusade against Bolshevism. So the rhetoric changed based on the culture. In Germany, it was more so the Jews are parasites, they're inferior, they are the Untermenschen, we are the Darwinistic victors over the world, we are the strong men of Darwinian evolution. We are the strong people within the paradigm of survival of the fittest, and we're going to destroy the inferiors. The Slavs, the Poles especially, the Russians, they are inferior Slavic people, and we have to enslave them and destroy them. Whereas with the French, it was more so, we are the successors of Joan of Arc. It was that sort of rhetoric. So they had more of a medievalist way of thinking. Whereas with the Nazis were very anti-clerical, very anti-Catholic. In a way, the legacy of Luther was still resounding within the minds of a lot of Germans, because there was a lot of anti-Catholicism in Nazism, even though you did have Catholic Germans who subscribed to Nazi ideology, albeit, to be fair, the majority of Catholics in Germany were very anti-fascist. And that is why you had a lot of persecution against Catholics under the Third Reich. But the Vichy consisted of most of southern France, and they were an ally, a huge ally to the Nazis. I talked about this in my video that I uploaded today. Why were the Nazis so much more barbaric in Eastern Europe than they were in France? And the reason was because they saw the French as being more of a cultured people. Even though they didn't really admire the French too much, they still believed that the French were a cultured people, and that the French were more reliable and more efficient. Whereas when they looked at the Slavs, they saw people who were not reliable, who were incompetent, and they saw people who really couldn't build serious infrastructure. They looked down on the Slavs. They said, oh, these Slavic people, they can't really build a society. They can't really build a sufficient industrial country. They're backwards. They are just inferior to us. And because they had this social Darwinian perspective on the Slavic people, and on themselves, because they saw themselves as superior genetically, when they were in Eastern Europe, they were given the freedom to unleash all of their cruelties, all of their brutalities, all of their sadism on the civilian population in Eastern Europe, be it in Russia, be it in Ukraine. And in Ukraine, a lot of the killing was done by Ukrainian collaborators, and this is why they slaughtered. This is why the Ukrainians slaughtered ethnic Poles, and the Germans didn't stop it. This is why the Ukrainians butchered. And this is why the Ukrainians butchered so many Jews. There is the biggest massacre of Jews in the Holocaust, the massacre of I think it's called Baba Yar. What's it called? Baba Yar. Biggest massacre of Jews in all the Holocaust. Baba Yar. I'm trying to get the name right exactly. Baba Yar massacre. Baba Yar. That's what it was called. Baba Yar 2-day massacre. And just to show you guys how horrific this massacre was, I mean, this is how evil the Nazis were. I mean, they were just absolute monsters, these people. I don't give a damn what conservative views they may have claimed to believe in. They were truly, truly a part of the Antichrist system. And yes, the Nazis did say that they believed in certain principles that conservatives today would agree with, but so did the Pharisees who crucified Christ. The Pharisees had conservative views as well, but we would still consider the Pharisees to be diabolical. Baba Yar, everybody. Baba Yar is a ravine in the Ukrainian capital Kiev and a site of massacres carried out by Nazi Germany's forces during its campaign against the Soviet Union in World War II. The first and best documented of the massacres took place on 29 to 30 September 1941, killing some 33,771 Jews. Other victims of massacres at the site included Soviet prisoners of war, Communist, and Romani people. It is estimated that a total of between 100,000 and 150,000 people were murdered at Baba Yar during the German occupation. So, when we talk about the German occupation of, let's say, France, or let's say Denmark, or the Netherlands, or Norway, these occupations, while bad things were done, these occupations were nowhere near as horrific as what the Germans were doing and what the Germans and their auxiliaries were doing in Eastern Europe, and they butchered millions of people. And it was because they were given free reign in those countries. When they were in Northern Europe or Western Europe, when they were in Denmark or the Netherlands or Norway, the Nazis were told that the native populations in these countries are fellow Germans. Norwegians are Germanic, Danish people are Germanic, Dutch people are Germanic, so we can't be barbarians here. These are our fellow Germans. That's how they saw it. So in the law of social Darwinism, these are not our inferiors. But when they went to Poland, well, now they were occupying inferiors. When they went to Ukraine, when they went to Yugoslavia, the Balkans, then they said that these native populations are inferior to us and they deserve nothing but enslavement and destruction. And this is what happened. And that was the horrors of the Third Reich. And this is why we have to be so vigilant against Nazism. This is why we have to be so vigilant against this evil, because if we're not vigilant, and if we become indifferent, or if we become agitated anytime someone brings up the Holocaust because we're tired of hearing about it, then, well, once we ignore the evils that were inspired by demons, then the demons who inspired those evils will just come back and resume from where they left off. Simple as that. The Nazis, they had a concept of European civilization, and they believed that they were upholding true European civilization. Not only that, they believed that they were reviving European civilization. And I just want to give you guys an example of what I mean here. The man who was appointed to be the head of the general government in Nazi-occupied Poland, Hans Frank, stated in an interview, and I'm going to read to you guys what he said. "My one ambition is to elevate the Polish people to the honor of European civilization." So these people are inferior. we are bringing them true civilization. And I don't understand how the Germans were bringing the Polish people's civilization by exterminating them. I mean, the Spanish brought civilization to the native population in Mexico. They didn't exterminate the native population, they Christianized the native population. And they brought those people Christian European civility. The Nazis did not bring civilization. They brought social Darwinism, which is just genocide. And yes, I agree with Johannes Rex. Come and See was a graphically accurate depiction as to the cruelty of the Nazis in Eastern Europe. So today there is a very strong will for Europe to become independent. And there is talk about Europe, grabbing the reins of its own destiny and pursuing independence from American power. And this was reflected in the words of several big EU players. I've talked about this many times. Angela Merkel, I believe in 2017 or 18, saying that Europe must lead its own destiny and that we can no longer trust the Americans or the British. And the reason why they said the British was because of Brexit. The reason why they said the Americans was because of Donald Trump, basically saying to hell with NATO and let's focus more on America. But you also have Macron. Macron said, I remember a number of years ago, that NATO is brain dead. This is what Macron said. NATO is a brain dead institution. And Macron also stated in April of 2023 that Europe can shape its own destiny. And this type of rhetoric really bespeaks a desire to be independent of American power. And I want to give you guys an example as to how this parallels with the past. So in March of 1943, there were foreign policy experts for the German foreign minister Ribbentrop. And they got together in March of 1943 and they wrote a draft foundation document for a European confederation. And this is what the draft stated, quote, "In order to give tangible expression to the common destiny of European peoples and to ensure that wars never break out again among them, the states here represented have for all time established a European Union." And this was written by the foreign policy experts for the German foreign minister Ribbentrop. So they were talking already about a European Union. And they were talking about a common destiny for Europe. So the Nazis had this idea of a common destiny for Europe. And you see this sort of rhetoric happening today. It's almost as if the EU is saying, well, we have our union. We have this union that we want. All that we need to do at this point is just form a Reich with a military force and have Germany as its leader. And so this is why you see the Germans talking about military integration, integrating the European militaries into one. And we've seen this already. I mean, I am shocked that this did not become major news when the Dutch military integrated virtually all of itself into the German armed forces. This was all the Dutch Navy is part of the German Navy now. All the Dutch Navy. And the Nazis had this idea of military integration. This is why you see all of the Waffen-SS divisions from various countries: Hungary, Romania, Bosnia, Albania, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, Ukraine, etc. And I've talked about this already, the Nazis, etc., etc. Let's see here. New order. So part of this pursuit for being more independent of American power, this was something that existed in the Third Reich. After World War One, America solidified its position as the dominating power. And the Americans were resented by the Germans and by the other Europeans as well. The Americans were resented. And so when the Third Reich formed, they had this idea of toppling American power. They had this idea of being above American power. And the idea was to overthrow the American empire. And this came out of the mouth of the Rexist Wallonian Nazi Leon Degrelle. Rexist, by the way, there was not a big move, but there was a movement in Belgium at this time called the Rexist movement. This was basically just a monarchist movement. They wanted to bring back the king. They were Nazi. Not all Rexists became Nazis, but the Rexists were monarchist. But there was one Rexist who did become a famous SS Nazi. His name was Leon Degrelle. He was a Wallonian Nazi. And he stressed that Belgium was a jetty to North American markets. So what do you see today? I mean, for years we've been seeing this struggle between the EU and America. This idea that America should not dictate everything for Europe has been in Germany for decades now. You can go all the way back to the Clinton administration and see the Americans angry at the Germans for having any sort of ties with the Iranians. And when Trump pulled out of the Iran deal, the Americans were pushing the Europeans to no longer have any sort of financial ties with the Iranians. And what happened? I remember seeing the Germans talking about establishing independent financial channels in Belgium by which to maintain commerce with the Iranians. What was that about? That was the Germans giving the middle finger to the Americans. And that initiative, by the way, was done by Heiko Maas. Heiko Maas, who was a major German politician. I'm not sure where he is right now, but I remember when Trump was president, he was an official in the German government. He was the foreign minister, if I'm not mistaken. And Heiko Maas said, well, we need to establish a independent financial channel free from American control by which we can maintain commerce with the Iranians. That was the Germans just giving the middle fingers to the Americans. So there has always been this struggle between Germany and the U.S. And the Germans have been struggling to maintain some sort of independence. And the Germans eventually, they have been talking more and more about being more focused on Europe, buying European military technology, talking about being more focused on Europe, being more European. Pretty soon they're going to just start saying Europe for the Europeans. And it's just very obvious what's happening. It's very obvious that the Germans are pursuing independence from American power. And when the Nazis were talking about their how they wanted the world to look like after the war, they were talking about creating a giant federation, a European federation led by Germany, and it would be basically above America, and that there would be no more American power, or at least it would be in a superior position to the United States. And for example, the Norwegian Nazi collaborator Vidkun Quisling, he said that he wanted a, quote, pan-Germanic federation, unquote, with a federal flag and, of course, the Fuhrer as president. Anton Mussert, co-founder of the National Socialist Movement in the Netherlands, he dreamed of a Germanic Reich consisting of a confederation of states, of European states, with the Waffen-SS as Europe's common defense. And what did Olaf Scholz say not too long ago? He said that Germany must lead Europe in defense. The Germans want to lead Europe as a military power, but they can't do it alone. They can't be a military power alone. They have to integrate other European fighters into their collective military force. What are you guys' comments here? Let's see here. Some joined Nazis to settle old scores. Those probably hated peasants anyway and saw them as communists, but they were a small minority compared to the Soviet-aligned Cossacks, and they are remembered for the criminals they were. Poland was personal. Them rejecting his plan for an alliance definitely made him hate them even more. Even Russia had them. Yes, there were some Russian Nazis. That is correct, and you have Russian Nazis even today. But like you said, they are a minority. So all of the ideologues who wanted a Nazi-united Europa agreed that Germany should be the organizer of Europe's defense. And what is Olaf Scholz saying? That Germany must lead Europe in defense. So that's what's going on. That is what's going on. It is a pan-European idea. Germany wants to lead it, and eventually what's going to happen, and it's not that complicated, but eventually what's going to happen is you're going to have a European bloc of power. And it's not going to be the EU that we have become accustomed to. It's going to be a transformed EU. It's going to be a Reich. That's what it's going to be. And it's going to consist of a German military, but it's also going to consist of soldiers from other European countries. And I think this is one of the reasons why the French are talking about bringing back mandatory conscription, and there's been a lot of serious talk in Germany right now to bring back mandatory military conscription. Why? Because they're preparing for a war. Simple as that. They're preparing for a war with Russia. Anyway, guys, I've been talking for 4 hours. How many people are listening to the chat here? Let's increase the music a little bit. I love this music. It's very calming. How many people are listening? 31 people, not bad. I'm going to get myself a drink, and then we'll continue talking, okay? Hold on a second, guys. I'm going to just increase the music here. Have a good time, goods. That's good. Monkey, hold on. Monkey, I will send you the video here. Okay, hold on. I'm pretty certain this is from Oblivion. Oh, that's good. Will another French Revolution erupt in the foreseeable future? Yes, I believe so. I believe so. Will Germany capitalize on ensuing chaos to offer solutions? Yes. So as to consolidate de facto authority all over Europe. I think you have the right idea. I think we're both in agreement. Something's going to happen in a different European country. I think that Catalonia is a place that I think people should focus on, because the Catalans, they have been bent on independence for many years, many years actually, going all the way back. You can go back to World War II and see the Catalans revolting. Spain is a place that we should be focusing on. Something could erupt in Spain. Something is going to erupt in a European country, and that's going to give the green light to the Germans to act as the interventionist force, and it's going to give the Germans the chance to use their military within Europe. Because let's be real, I think the Germans are tired of using their military in Africa. I mean, they want to use their military within Europe because they want to, like you said, consolidate authority over Europe. This reminds me of what happened with the Spanish Civil War. You had the Spanish Civil War. The Germans intervened. They sent their air force into Spain, and that is actually what began Hitler's war within Europe. Hitler's war within Europe, Hitler's deployment of his military began in Spain. Corsicans, yeah, Basque Corsicans. But I would say the Catalans, they have the most, I want to say, robust independent or what's the word? Yeah, independentist, pro-independence regionalist movement, because Catalonia has a very powerful economy, very significant economy, so they have a lot of money. They're not a weak force. Hello, Enlightened. I'm doing good, man. Yes, Catalonia has an industry, and it has a very strong pharmaceutical industry. I believe about 1% of all pharmaceutical company, or 1% of all pharmaceutical products, I'm pretty certain, come from Catalonia. It's a very, very robust pharmaceutical industry that they have there. So Catalonia doesn't need Spain that much. Catalonia can actually be an independent country and would be able to sustain itself. It would be like the economy of Denmark, if I had to find an analogy. This is very strong, very herbal. I love the color on this hedge brew ale that I made. I put a piece of cranberry to flavor the ale. Oh, goodness gracious. Nice color, good crisp texture. It's a little too sweet. That's because I should let it sit longer, but the alcohol is definitely there. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to show you guys from Israel. I thought this was pretty crazy. Let me see if I can find it. People. I thought this was pretty crazy. I read this today. Check this one out, guys. Hold on. Oh, goodness gracious. Check this one out. Netanyahu's coalition may be in jeopardy, intelligence report says. So the CIA is saying that Natan may not be in power for too long. Very interesting. Very interesting that this report comes out not too long before Chuck Schumer says Netanyahu's got to go. What's going on here? A new American intelligence assessment released on Monday raised doubts about whether Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel could stay in power, as the CIA director said a hostage deal was the most practical way to halt, at least temporarily, the war in Gaza. The 2024 annual threat assessment expressed concerns about Israel's vision for the end of the war and said that Mr. Netanyahu's right-wing coalition may be in jeopardy. So this is what the CIA document says. Distrust of Netanyahu's ability to rule has deepened and broadened across the country from its already high levels before the war, and we expect large protests demanding his resignation and new elections. It almost sounds like the CIA is behind the demonstrations. Remember before the massacre, before the October the 7th massacre, there were these massive demonstrations against Netanyahu, huge demonstrations everywhere. I have a friend who was in Israel weeks before. He was in Israel for several weeks, and he was there not too long before the massacre happened. And he told me, he said, Ted, the demonstrations against Netanyahu were everywhere. They were everywhere. And I remember Netanyahu saying something to the likes of, outside powers are behind these demonstrations. And I think what he was trying to say was, CIA is behind these demonstrations. And the CIA is saying, looks like Natan's not going to be in power for very long. And there was an article I read weeks ago saying that an anonymous source close to the Likud told an Israeli publication that after this war is over, Natan's going to go. That's what this anonymous source told an Israeli publication. Now, there is another article that I found today. This one came out... very recently. Well, January 18th of 2024. So last month, this article came out. And I want to show you guys this article here. It's from the Hebrew language, but I got it translated through the glories of the internet. And it said here, in January 2023, a government of confusion began to serve here. This is an article that was published by Haaretz. And it says here, prepare for civil war. This is from last month. In January of 2023, a government of confusion began to serve here. Upon its establishment, its chairman listed 4 goals: security and governance, Iran, the cost of living, peace with Saudi Arabia, and normalization agreements. At the end of a year, the results are before us. Now the government is busy ensuring a permanent war in Gaza and the northern border and burning the West Bank. Hence Netanyahu's declarations of total victory and Yoav Kish's dancing at the scene of an attack while screaming, "We will not stop until victory." Since in the opinion of the public, this is a clear minority government, 44 mandates, etc., etc., its survival depends on the continuation of the war, etc., etc. So it says here, this is very interesting. Let me just find this part here. Very interesting observation made by the author of this article, just to describe what will happen when the masses take to the streets. So this guy is saying there's going to be massive demonstrations, et cetera, basically what the CIA is warning about, or what the CIA has predicted. Just to describe what will happen when the masses take to the streets. With war and terrorist attacks in the background, protesters will be presented as traitors and stabbing the nation and its soldiers, and they will be treated accordingly. And this makes sense, right? Because the demonstrators are anti-Netanyahu. Netanyahu is trying to fight a war. Therefore, you being against Netanyahu makes you a traitor, etc., etc. The streets will be flammable and explosive. After all, the area is flooded with automatic weapons and guns, which were distributed according to political allocation. Now, this is very interesting. I know exactly what this guy is talking about. He is talking about Ben-Gvir's policy of distributing weapons to the Israeli civilian population. For a long time now, for months now, Ben-Gvir has had a policy in which he has been distributing guns to the Israeli civilian population. Now, against whom will these guns be used? They will say terrorists. Okay, you're probably right. Right? I'll give it to you. You're going to use these guns against terrorists. I agree. But are you going to be using these guns against other people? My hunch is that these guns will be used against other Israelis who are deemed non-Jewish. Now, here is something about Israeli/Jewish culture that is not talked a lot about amongst non-Jews, but it is a very, very real phenomenon. There was a prime minister in Israel years and years ago. His name was Yitzhak Rabin. And Yitzhak Rabin was murdered. He was assassinated. Yitzhak Rabin was an Israeli prime minister, and he was assassinated by Yigal Amir. I forgot his name, so I had to Google it. Now, there's a lot of talk that you see a lot of that basically says a Jew will not kill another Jew. This is bullshit. That is complete bullshit. What they really mean to say, for the most part, is that a Jew will not kill another Jew who he considers to be a real Jew. So Jews will say when Jews talk about other Jews that they don't like, they say those are fake Jews. So, for example, you had, I remember seeing a video years ago where you had Jewish Americans who were pro-Trump, and they were arguing with Jewish Americans who were Democrat. And the Jewish Americans who were pro-Trump accused the other Jews of not being real Jews, of being fake Jews. And I've actually seen this sort of thing myself, this sort of phenomenon myself. I remember years ago talking to a Jewish American guy who was a settler. He was living in a settlement within the West Bank. And I was talking to him, and another Jew was brought up in the conversation. And this settler told me in the conversation, he said, that man is not a real Jew. And I said, well, why do you say that? And he said, well, because he doesn't really follow Torah. He doesn't really follow Talmud. He doesn't really follow Jewish law. He may be Jew by name, but he is not a real, authentic Jew. So they have this concept of deeming other Jews who they don't like as being fake Jews. So when you hear a Jew will not kill another Jew, what that means to a great extent is a Jew will not kill a real Jew. But Jews who they consider to be fake Jews, well, they can be open season if they're a threat enough to whatever your interest may be. Now, in the case of Yitzhak Rabin, bottoms up. In the case of Yitzhak Rabin, Yitzhak Rabin was doing the Oslo Accords, and the right-wing Jews were greatly opposed to the Oslo Accords, and they basically said that by Rabin agreeing to the Oslo Accords, he was agreeing to betray the Jewish people and to force the Jews to give up property to Goyim. In this case, the Goyim would be the Palestinians. So there was a term that they labeled Yitzhak Rabin with, and that was Mosher. Moser, or Mosher, however you pronounce it, basically means a collaborator. And once you are given the title of Mosher in Talmudic society, you are considered not really Jewish. You are considered, it's basically open season on your face. So Yitzhak Rabin, according to a whole bunch of rabbis, was a Mosher. And because he was a Mosher, he wasn't really worthy of life. And they were even Jews in America, I believe Jewish rabbis in the United States, who were saying that Rabin was a Mosher. Basically, open season on him. Go ahead and kill him. It was a death sentence, and I'm shocked that this was allowed to even happen in America. In America, it's illegal to incite violence against other people. Well, I guess when it comes to rabbis, it's okay. They have an exemption for inciting violence, and that's what happened. and they said that it's okay to kill Yitzhak Rabin, and that's what happened because Mr. Yigal Amir killed Yitzhak Rabin, and when they killed Yitzhak Rabin, they said glory, glory, hallelujah. So, is it possible for Jews to kill each other? Absolutely. It's happened many times in history. We can go back to the Jewish Civil War that happened in the midst of the Roman Jewish War, and Jews murdered each other ruthlessly and barbarically. So the weapons that are being distributed to non-Jews, or sorry, the weapons that are being distributed to Jews in accordance to Mr. Itamar Gavir's policy, will these weapons be used against non-Jews, against other? I keep saying non-Jews, but will these weapons be used against other Jews? That's the question. Well, according to this article from Haaretz, it says here the streets will be flammable and explosive. After all, the area is flooded with automatic weapons, meaning the fanatics are going to be using these weapons against other Jews. And this is one of the reasons why I say there's going to be a civil war amongst the Jews. A Jewish fatwa. Exactly. Now, when an imam does it, it's terrorism. When a Jew does it, it's Israeli patriotism. Go figure. All right, guys, music time. Music time, guys. Give me your musical recommendations. Mr. Bossman says, Theo, I got into a debate with some guy about the Israel-Palestine war. What would you say to the claims that Israel are the terrorists? Israel are the terrorists? I would say to prove it. Prove to me that Israel are the terrorists. What's the proof that Israel, what? They bombed some people? What's the proof, guys? Holy shit, I'm getting high off my own supply. This is a medieval beer. It has molasses, brewer's yeast. It has tansy, cranberry in it to give it some extra flavor. Ooh, that's good. Holy shit. I'm getting high off my own supply here. Oh my god, this is some good shit. Holy shit. Man, this is why I tell people all the time, make your own beer. Don't be buying that bullshit from the store. Don't be buying that Corona. You go to the store, right? You buy Corona. Oh, I want to buy some Corona. They're charging people $20 for a box of Corona. Are you fucking kidding me, mate? Are you fucking kidding me, man? A $27 for a box of beer? That shit's like water. Holy shit. I made this stuff. Dude, this shit's been sitting in bottles for like 6 months. I made this beer last year. This is aged to perfection, guys. This is aged to perfection. This is homemade English style hedgerow brew. Year 2023. Real good shit. This is some good shit. Man, you drink Corona and it's like, oh yeah, okay. It doesn't do anything for you. You might as well just drink 7-Up. You might as well just drink 7-Up, guys. You drink this shit, shit, you get drunk, man. My grandma, for years, I kept telling grandma, you gotta drink my shit. You gotta drink my alcohol. And she said, no, I don't want to drink your shit. I'm gonna get food poisoning. So one day she kept seeing me drinking this shit, right? Because it looks good. She's okay, fine. Pour me a glass. So I poured her a glass, and she says, "Oh my God, Ted, I'm as high as a kite. Give me some more of that shit." So every week, my grandma would demand that I literally deliver bottles to her home. So every week, I would give her a bottle or two of my homemade brew, and she would drink it. And she would say, "Ted, I don't know what you put into this shit, but I'm as high as a fucking kite." Holy shit. What's the most aged beer you have? I have a bottle of watermelon wine that I made in 2020. It's literally still sitting in my pantry. I am not exaggerating to you guys. I took a watermelon from Costco, juiced the entire watermelon, took all of the juice from the watermelon, right? Put it in a bowl, and I just added wine yeast to it, and it's been sitting there. That shit will probably send me off like on Aladdin's carpet. I'll probably be flying on Aladdin's carpet. I'll be on Aladdin's carpet singing A Whole New World with Jasmine if I drink that shit. That shit's been sitting in my pantry for 4 years. It's a 4-year-old wine, watermelon wine. Juiced. I'm shocked that the watermelon wine is not a thing. Everyone talks about grape wine. Dude, when you crush grapes, you get a little bit of juice. You crush one watermelon, that's one bottle of wine. That's literally one whole bottle of wine. Why in the hell isn't watermelon wine a thing? It produces way more liquid than a grape. Oh, a grape wine. Oh, yes. It comes from Burgundy. Aged 2018. It tastes like fucking vinegar. You get a watermelon. One fucking watermelon is one giant jug of alcohol, my friends. And it has all the sugar that you need. All you do is you just crush the watermelon and then you add brewer's yeast to it. You get fucking alcohol, man. I got a whole bottle of it in my pantry. Been sitting there since 2020. I drank a little bit of it once. I said, this shit tastes like you can clean my fucking clothes with that stuff, man. You can put it in my laundry machine and use it as detergent. That shit's so strong. But even my own grandmother got high off my shit. This stuff is oh my god. When I drank it for the first time, as I was talking to you guys, this is some weak ass shit that I made. Who am I kidding? I'm not who am I to say that I am a brewer worthy of the name brewer? And then after a while, I'm Aladdin flying on the carpet. Now, I'm only Middle Eastern in blood, but I will say that when I drink enough alcohol, I am Middle Eastern in the sense that I am Aladdin on a carpet. Jasmine is right here. Jasmine is right here. We are singing a whole new world. This is fucking Disney Plus right here, guys. You can watch it on Disney Plus for free. I got the Middle Eastern connections for you guys. We got the carpet. Jasmine is sitting grass right here. Her fat ass is right here. We're flying over Egypt. We're seeing the pyramids right now, guys. Everyone's like, oh, it's from Burgundy wine. I'm like, bitch, you haven't drinking my shit. My shit is dangerous. Let me tell you. This shit ain't beer, man. This ain't beer. This ain't beer, man. This is some hard ass liquor. It's been sitting. I made this shit in the. When did I start to ferment this? Hold on a second. Let me think. Hold on. Dude, this shit has been fermenting since the spring of last year. That's how old this shit is. This is dangerous shit, my friends. Okay? This is some dangerous stuff. Very dangerous. This is I need to market this stuff. Put it in a bottle. I'm gonna call it fire water. I'm gonna put like some bullshit description on the back of the bottle, and I'm gonna say, "You haven't been drunk until you've tasted this shit. Yours truly, Theodore, Esquire." Oh, the Europeans ain't got shit on me. Americans ain't got shit on me. Everyone's like, oh man, have you tried, I like Budweiser. Homie, you haven't, fuck Budweiser, man. You drink Budweiser, you turn into a woman. If you're dude, you drink Budweiser one time, you start putting dresses on. You become like Buffalo Bill from the movie. What's it called? What's the name of that movie with Hannibal Lecter? Anthony Hopkins. What's it called? What's the name of that movie? Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, you become like the guy from Silence of the Lambs. You drink one bottle. That's why I stay away from that shit. Dude, they overpriced that shit. They overpriced it. I'm watching it. Guys, I'm looking at, I go to the store, right? And I see a bottle of beer. Cheap shit beer. And they go, oh yeah, this is the best quality beer. It's made with wheat and hops. I said, homie, who are you trying to bullshit? You ain't bullshitting me. You ain't bullshitting a Middle Eastern merchant. My ancestors were Middle Eastern merchants, okay? We built the fucking trade routes. The Khazarian Jews came out. They tried to compete with the Arabs. Dude, they had turf wars with the Arabs. The Arabs killed them in battle because they were fighting over trade routes, my friend. I had a Jewish friend years ago. I had a Jewish friend years ago who had said, you know, Ted, you know us. He took a DNA test. He took that. What's that DNA test called? 23andMe. He took a 23andMe test. He said, Ted, I found out I have 0 Semitic blood in me. I said, you think? You look as white as white paint, my friend. You look as white as the walls of my house. What are you talking about? You got Semitic genes. You ain't no Semite, homie. You were freaking European. He said, Ted, I took a 23andMe test. He said, it turns out that I'm 100% Khazarian. I said, you think, homie? Literally, every anti-Semite was telling you that for 20 fucking years. You didn't believe. You called them racist. You called them anti-Semites. All of a sudden, you took a National Geographic test. Now you believe the bullshit. You believe all that anti-Semitic stuff now. So he said, I'm 100% Khazarian. He said, Ted, he said, us Jews fought the Arabs like 800 years ago. I said, yeah, I know. He said we did the original jihad. No, he said we were the original counter jihad. We fought the Muslims. I said, homie, you guys were fighting over trade routes. Catholics were fighting over religion in Jerusalem. You guys were fighting over trade routes. You're basically just businessmen fighting over turf. Arabs and Jews were killing each other over trade routes. People don't realize it, but the Arabs were merchants. They dominated merchandise. They were selling shit. They were selling rugs before like 5,000 years before TJ Maxx existed. 2,000 years before TJ Maxx existed. 2,000 years before your Chinese mall in Canada existed. Who were selling the rugs? Who did you have selling rugs? It was the Arabs, dude. The Arabs were selling the rugs. The Arabs were selling the rugs. Okay, then the Jews came along. They said, we want to sell rugs. The Arabs said, homie, you ain't going to compete with us. Jews said, watch us. Khazarians are Turkish Slavs, by the way. They're just Turkish people. They're Slavic people. They converted to Judaism. So they were selling their shit. They were selling their rugs. The Arabs were like, dude, why are you competing with us? So the Jews said, well, we're going to compete with you. We're going to beat you guys in selling rugs. They said, okay, fine. Try us, homie. Try us. I dare you. Some imam came along and declared a jihad against them. They made a fatwa against the Jewish merchants, against the Khazarian. They had a war. You look into this yourself. Arab-Khazarian war. So my Jewish friend comes along and he says, Ted, we fought the Muslims, just like the Crusades. I said, homie. The Catholics fought over religion, dude. They were fighting for Christian freedom. They were fighting to get rid of all the Muslim bullshit against the Christians, because the Muslims were killing Christians. The Muslims were taking Christians and they were gutting them to death. So what do you expect to happen? Eventually a bunch of French idealists are going to come along and fight you. The French have always been idealistic people. The French have always been an idealistic people. Always been idealistic people. Always thinking in the clouds. The Germans, they always think practical. That's why they made trains super fast. And they said, well, they have the problem with the Germans is that they have zero compassion. That's not true for all Germans. There's some German people who are very good people, but there are Germans a lot of Germans have zero compassion. So they'll sit there with a stopwatch and they say, well, how long does it take to put in 5,000 people how long does it take to put people in a train to the death camps? So they will mechanize mass murder. That's the problem with the Germans. They're just crazy. They're sick in that way, but they're practical. They're practical against their own good. They're so practical that they turn crazy. Because too much practicality I gotta turn my fan on, homie. Too much practicality will make a man go mad. That's the problem. Too much practicality will make a man go mad, let me tell you. Because man needs a little bit of fantasy. Man needs a little bit of idealism to uplift his spirit. But the French have always been very idealistic people. That's why they had the French Revolution. They were ultra idealistic. So even during the Middle Ages, they had idealism. So they said, let's go fight these Muslims. We'll bring justice to the people. The French went over there. They fought the Muslims. Initially, the Muslims were defeating sometimes they would defeat the French because the Muslims would, the Seljuks, they were basically Mongolians. And the Turks would be chasing after them, and the Mongolians would just turn around and just kill them with arrows. So the French said, well, we got to do something about this. So they figured out the whole strategy, the military strategy of the Seljuk Turks. They hit and then once the Seljuk Turks would try to do that bullshit where they were running with that tricky shit, you know what I'm talking about? Where they would run away and then they would turn back and do the little crescent formation. The French figured that shit out. So they defeated the Turks in battle. But the French, they were fighting the Muslims for religious reasons. They weren't messing around. They were not messing around. They weren't messing around, guys. So, but the Khazarian Jews, they weren't fighting the Muslims over religion. They were fighting the Muslims over money. That's what it was. It was straight up over money. Over money, man. Guys, I am on cloud 9 right now. I don't know if I can even continue on with this stream. I am on cloud 9. I am in the realm of abandonment, according to Martin Heidegger. I am on Aladdin's magic carpet with Jasmine right now. I'm with my Muslim trad wife. We'll be flying over Egypt right now. I don't know what. Dude, I did not expect. When I was drinking this shit, I first started drinking and I said, this is nothing. This is some sneaky shit. If I ever market this stuff, I'm going to call this brew, I'm going to call it sneaky. Because you drink it and you think, this is nothing. Guys, this is like 20% alcohol. There's no way. This is not even 6% alcohol. This is 20% alcohol. I need to lay my ass down right now. I need to lay down. I don't even know if I can continue this stream. I need to lay my ass down. Hold up, guys. I need to lay my ass down. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. This is some strong shit. There's no way that this is not 5% alcohol. I know 5% alcohol. I've had a lot of beer in my life. This ain't 5% alcohol. This is 24% alcohol. This is wild. I've had a lot of alcohol. I've consumed a lot of beer in my life. This is wild, guys. This is wild. My brain right now is in the clouds of the Himalayas. It's Pearl Harbor, yes. This is a surprise attack. The Japanese are everywhere. The fucking Zero planes are everywhere, guys. We got Goody Jr. on the 50 caliber hitting the Japanese planes right now. Goody Jr. What's the black guy who played a chef in the Pearl Harbor movie? He was bah, 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 bah. This is 20% alcohol. This just hit me like a brick, guys. This is Cloud City. I'm in the Matrix right now. I'm in the Matrix, dude. Morpheus is right next to me. We got the red pill and the blue pill. I just took the red pill and I'm just out of my mind right now. Thank God I'm not driving. Thank God I'm in my home right now. This is insane. I'm talking to complete strangers on the internet on Friday afternoon, on a Friday evening, listening to some Russian music right now. Hold on, guys, hold on. Chinese feng shui music. Guys, I need something harder. Easily 20%. Guys, this is insane. I didn't know that I could make a brew this powerful. I just put the brewer's yeast inside of it. I let the yeast do its magic. Man, the yeast just, the little microorganisms, they made a monster out of this drink, let me tell you. I think I need to get some McDonald's or I need to get something beautiful. I need to eat something. Hold on
collide and fade away just like our love that died. And there is nowhere in this universe to hide from you tonight. I've wrestled with angels all my life. It's always the halos and the wings that keep you blind. And if I'd fall with all the strength I held inside, I wouldn't be out here alone tonight. I wouldn't be standing 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 alone tonight.
Trance around the world with above and beyond.
Alone tonight, just like the western star, I'm sinking. The angels curse me blind with straight and crooked thinking. Alone tonight, just like the western star, I'm sinking. The angels curse me blind with straight and crooked thinking. Slipping sideways till the stars collide. Fade away just like our love that died. And there is nowhere in this universe to hide from you tonight. I've wrestled with angels all my life. It's always the halos and the wings that keep you blind. And if I'd fall with all the strength I held inside, I wouldn't be out here alone tonight. στη δος μου αμάν δεν ήταν μαθημένο.
Goose Hunter, the name of the song that just played is called Alone Tonight by Above and Beyond.
Και πίκρε στο καημένο. Αν δείτε την αγάπη μου να μου τη χαιρετάτε. Αν δείτε την αγάπη μου να μου τη χαιρετάτε.
Alright guys, what's your musical recommendations? Because I think I've stabilized myself a little bit here. Pistachios, I got little pistachios here. A little bit of pistachios. Texas is having an earthquake? I don't know. So what do we got here? Boa, duvet. Alright, let's give this a listen. Alright, let's give this a listen.
And you don't seem to understand. A shame you seemed an honest man. And all the fears you hold so dear will turn to whisper in your ear. And you know what they say might hurt you, and you know that it means so much, and you don't even feel that thing. I am falling, I am fading, I
like that a lot. I'm going to save that one. Save that song in my little playlist. All right, next one is Daedric Downbreaker. All right. Better not be bullshit. Pretty good. That was actually really good. Next song is The Silence is Broken. My Last Breath. Alright, let's hear this one.
Set out on foot past the normalcy of life.
bad. Not a bad song. Next one is, let's see here, Chinese Feng Shui Music 05 Dragonwood. All right, here we go. Wow. Wow. It's magical music. Not bad. Not bad music. Let's see here. I have Asian music. Alright, I saved this one. Next one is Pain by Blackfield. Alright, here we go.
Here I'm standing on the seashore. She's gone. Now she's gone. All the angels praying for me as I fall. As I fall. While I'm melting in the rain, deep in pain, she is so far. Will we ever meet again as friends after so long? sitting in the rain, deep in pain. She is so far. Will we ever meet again as friends after so long?
That wasn't bad. Okay, last song, guys. And I gotta get going here. Gry, Ashes, last song. Let's get into this one. This song is 50 minutes long, so there's no way I can listen to all this. Anyway, guys, have a good night. Have a good weekend. Hope you guys enjoyed the Friday night stream, and I'll see you guys probably tomorrow with new material. Anyway, it was fun. God bless y'all. Be well, and yeah, you guys just heard some Theo